Okay, so now you're there.
1, 2, 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2.
So is he gonna do all the presentations there?
Okay. What year? Yeah, yeah.
One, two. One, two. One, two. Testing one, two.
Hello, 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 hello. Hi everyone, how are you? I like the chit chat. Everybody's getting to know each other. I love that. So good morning. It's still morning, yes. I hope you're well. My name is Patricia Mugoli, and I will be your MC today together with Ngobile Makwakwa. So I hope everybody's here. I don't want anyone to miss a part of it today because there is a reward actually of paying attention. Yes. So you pay attention to what I will say, to what every single person will say, because we are going to have 2 breaks with 2 games and there are gifts to be won, but you need to pay attention because you'll be answering online, and who doesn't like winning? Okay, so I am just going to give you a quick facility layout on your way around the place so that you don't get lost going to the bathroom and everything. So for the ladies, once you leave the tent using the exits behind you, you can just take your right, and by the training center where we're taking the coffee, we have ladies' bathrooms there. If those ones are full, you can go around where the umbrellas are, and we have another one there. Same for the gents, but for the gents, you go all the way towards the umbrellas, and there is a gentleman bathroom by the end of the corridor. If there is a fire, I hope not. We have an assembly point. You can use this exit or the closest actually, and you get next to the parking that is behind these tanks. It's written in big assembly points. That's where we meet in case of emergency. If anybody has to take a call, a meeting, something, and they find themselves upstairs, we have an emergency exit, which is by the end of the office. You use the stairs going down, you will see it, and it will lead you to the assembly point. Besides that, you could feel free, if you need some coffee, you can go back where we're getting coffee in between and just serve yourself. And then for just a quick program layout, right now I'm doing the welcoming, and then after this, we are going to have a few words from all our partners, the managing directors of all the companies. Just a small reminder, today we are here to celebrate the 10 years of impact from EARN. Yes, I like the thank you. So EARN has subsidiary companies, and those subsidiary companies over the years have had partners and employees that would like to thank. So right after I finish here, we'll have just a few videos because some of the partners are overseas, so they could not attend, but they sent short video clips that will be playing. Then right after that, our very own Chima is going to talk and give us a walk down memory lane. Then after that, we are going to have a Kahoot session. So Kahoot is a game we are going to play online. You can use your phone speech from the things I've just said. I hope you've been paying attention. It's a 10-minute long game. You can stretch your legs while playing, and there's a gift to be won for the first, second, and third position. Then after that, we are going to have the launch of the Joe Sudan Foundation, where the proceedings of all the books that Mr. Ngoma has been writing all throughout the years are going. And that money actually has been helping projects that sustain youth in agriculture and many other projects. And then right after that, we are going to have one of the first NPOs that the Joe Sudan Foundation is actually helping, which is Agri Youth Without Borders. Just keep up, don't worry, I'm going to give you a reminder. And then right after that, we'll have another Kahoot session on Agri Youth Without Borders. We are going to have a photo shoot session, and after that, we are going to have lunch. Is everybody happy with that? Great.
What's the prices?
Sorry?
What's the prices to you? What the prices? The price for the games?
Oh, no, there's no prices.
Oh,
He was asking for the prices for the games.
for the ones for the winner.
No. They will know the prizes
Afterwards.
afterwards. They can't know right now. You know, the spirit of competition might just take over. Yes. But Ray, are you ready with the videos?
The first one is the agri entrepreneurs.
So here, the premises where we are the premises for African Green Years. African Green Years is invested in training of young agripreneurs And some of them have also made some videos. That's the video that is going to play first, just to give you some context. It feels like technology is not on our side.
It's coming.
In the meantime, some of the managing directors of the subsidiary companies who are here, just to say a quick word of thanks to themselves and to the employees who have been in their branches.
Thank you very much. Maybe let me see who's here. Okay, they're not here, but let me start with Daliso. I'm gonna put you on the spot. So Daliso is our managing director. He's actually the founder of African Technopreneur. And then maybe I might just ask him just to then say just a few things, a few words, and then we can get the other managing directors to come through.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, can I hear whoop whoop? All right, yeah, and a few more claps as well. Yeah, it seems like people were actually feeling the energy earlier on, so that's why I actually just had to get everybody up. What I'll actually even ask is everybody actually stand up. All right, let's just do a bit of stretching. Okay, that's all that I'm actually going to conduct, so you don't have to worry, so you can sit down. But my name is Daliso Ngoma. I'm the managing director of African Technopreneurs. What we actually specialize in is obviously, I think you see this funky camera in front of you. It's a 360 camera, so it sees everything around you. And apart from that, it's also virtual reality. So if you're sick of reality, we actually take you to new worlds as well. So primarily our staff complement is around 10 people, around 4 people who are actually remote, and then 6 who are actually here. Ray, you can actually give him a round of applause. He's the maestro when it comes to content, also in terms of system admin for a bit. I'm not too sure where Lucky is. I can see, yeah, Lucky. So when it comes to any of the IT issues and the likes, he's also the main man. Not too sure if I also saw Given as well, but there's also Sandile. Yeah, Given. Yeah, so he's also the software engineer in-house. He actually gets us onto virtual reality and the likes. We've also got Sandile. Yep, cool. And then, of course, we also got the lovely Lee. You can stand up. Keanu, I'm not too sure where he is, but he is the man actually taking a few as well. All right, but that's primarily been it. We started the company, this is in 2017. Initially, it was software development when it came to websites, but then that expanded into retail distribution. So we actually distribute through Takealot, Macro, Loot, and then most recently so Amazon.co.za, and also to resellers and also your big corporates. But yeah, that's primarily, I think, a good sweep of what we actually do at African Technopreneurs. But thank you so much for being so lively as a crowd.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Come on, guys, we can do better. Here. I'll now like to call Marinda, our managing director for ALP, African Lakeside Property. If you remember, N focuses on 3 sectors: agriculture, hospitality, and technology, and property.
Hi, everybody. I do these things. I'm not somebody to stand in front of people and speak. So when you asked me just now, I said, no, look what he's done to me. Welcome. And yes, I'm the managing director for African Lakeside Properties. I've been with the EARN Group since 2016. In fact, 1 February 2016, Gobang and myself walked through the doors here. And we've been brother and sisters ever since then. This has been a great journey, working with a great team and working with a leader that's got immense vision and leads with the heart, which you don't often get in a lot of companies. And Joshua, I am still very grateful for that day that I was able to sit and have coffee with you at Design Quarter, to have a discussion and then to become part of this team. You and Dee and Susan and Tash are very loved. And thank you kindly for your vision and for everything you do for the group. And guys, today is to celebrate EARN. Enjoy it. This has been a very fun ride and a magnificent ride.
Thank you very much, Madam.
See, her interview, she was having coffee. My interview, I had Joshua and Neil. I think he's going to come through this afternoon. And that was a marathon. And there was no coffee. So I'd like to also call Wazanai, our acting operations manager for AG Horticulture. That's our commercial entity in Elandsfontein. Thank you.
How are you, everyone? He interviewed me, so it was quite a tough one as well when I joined. So let me bring, for us at AGH, we are all about fun. So I'm going to ask them to sing, because they always love to sing. Yeah. They are going to sing for us. Yeah. So Swangile and your crew, you can lead us in song. Bonnie, make sure.
AG guys cannot sing.
Animpuza teboyaka, animpuza teboyaka, kindariki, awalempuza teboyaka, animpuza teboyaka.
That's what we do at ATH. That's our everyday. We have fun, planting and supplying my brother Dwellan. If you can stand up from Pick and Pay. That's what we do. So, in a nutshell, we would like to thank our father, Mr. Ngoma, for what he's done for AGH. AGH was on the brink of closure. It was raw flowers. He came in there, took over the company, and now we can proudly say our products are on the shelves for Pick and Pay. I was at Blue Hills now. I saw our papers there, so I'm actually happy. So it means we are doing something to change the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think if we were in the South African Idol, I'm not sure whether this will be a wooden mic or it will be a golden ticket. But just for those who don't know me, I think I've spoken a bit in terms of how I've met Mr. Ngoma. Just to take a step back, I always get emotional when I talk about the story. So in 1997, I lost my father. So I was born in Midlands in Soweto, Zone 6. So in 1997, I lost my dad. And I used to do a lot of work with him, and I used to see the work that he does in the communities, helping people. He used to be a manager for Proston Mayors Group, so he traveled in and out South Africa internationally. And so it was always amazing to see that, you know, he could use his own last resources to help someone else. And I'll be fighting with him to say, but what about me? He says, no, you've got everything that you need. And so losing him in 1997 just was a difficult time for me. So it was a journey between then and, if I have to fast forward to 2015, Marinda's correct. We joined N together in 2016, but I met Joshua, I think, late 2015. So I was in politics myself. I'm still in politics, I think so. So one of the things that we were doing, we were just briefly, we registered a business forum that we were running in Randbeck, so which was called Dennis Goldbeck Business Forum. And so as young people at the time, we wanted to change the status quo to say, how do we help entrepreneurs? What should we do to make things work for us? So we decided to speak to the Thuli House. And so we then decided to go on a protest. So we wanted to shut down the whole of Randbeck, and that was our view. So we wrote letters to Mnet, MultiChoice, everything, and we're going on strike. So we were on the streets, and then the next thing that happened is we then had to go to the Randbeck Chamber of Commerce. Little did we know that Linda, who's the CEO, decided to then ask Joshua to join that meeting. So learning the strategies in terms of how do we understand certain things is while we were toying there and we're leading and saying, we want demand this, we want this to be done, this is what we need now. It's our time, it's our lifetime. So Joshua, with his calmness, you know, kept on saying, no, let's look at the things that you guys are looking for. What is the purpose of the business forum? What do you guys want to achieve? And I think within about 5-10 minutes, we moved away from the radical side and we started looking at more solutions in terms of, oh, by the way, there's possibilities, there are solutions in terms of how do we deal with these things. And since from there, I mean, it was an opportunity for me to be given a chance to come and join N. I used to work for ARC, Dr. Guardian then, for 6 years. I was the CIO there. And that's agriculture. So I come from an IT background. So I never thought I would be in agriculture. So it's a bit confusing. So always coming from IT and then end up going into agriculture. But coming back to that, I think it was a blessing for me to be in the ANC, in the movement at the time and really being active because it led to me to be where I am today. So I am very grateful to you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I don't know if the videos are ready. But I can still protest as well, so I can still shut down.
Yeah, we're still getting things sorted, so no worries. Yeah, you can entertain the crowd.
So, so just to give you the context to the video, so what we've done is obviously looking at the journey of N for the last 10 years. So we've got the agri-entrepreneurs and some of the graduates, students that we've been with us. We can actually spend another 2-3 hours with them sharing their stories and so forth. So it's just coming from that context. So they've done some videos. So they just wanted just to thank us. And then once that is done, we'll then and talk to some of our partners, but most importantly, the people that have been behind the scene with N when N actually started in 2012. Our non-executive directors as well, that will be saying something. Okay. You ready when you're ready? So while he's doing that, so I understood the strategy of why Linda actually called Josh. Saying, hey, these people want to come to my office, please come and deal with these darkies here.
A very good morning
Yes.
to everyone present at the beautiful Earn facilities. I acknowledge
There's no sound?
Oh, okay.
These are the
Let me
partners?
put the
Volume down on the TVs.
You can play?
our colleagues and representatives from the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs,
Okay, so we're going to start
the
with
Earn team for serving as the hosts for today's celebratory occasion, the NAJK team for traveling very far to be present this morning, and all other friends and family across the agricultural value chain. On behalf of the SA, our CEO, Johan Coetzee, and myself, Simone, we would like to extend our warm greetings.
Okay. You want to maybe, is there anything else maybe we can add to the agenda? Or
the map as well. Everything was working in the morning.
To everyone present. On behalf of the
it's technology, virtual reality.
So people are not watching.
Yeah, that's a big
People are not
hack.
watching.
Yeah, that's a big
People are not
hack.
watching.
Yeah, that's a big
People are not
hack.
watching.
Yeah,
People are not watching.
okay, that's just, yes.
A very good morning to everyone present at the beautiful Earn facilities. I acknowledge our colleagues and representatives from A very good morning to everyone present at the beautiful Earn facilities. I acknowledge our colleagues and representatives from the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Earn team for serving as the hosts for today's celebratory occasion, the NAJK team for traveling very far to be present this morning, and all other friends and family across the agricultural value chain. On behalf of Agri SA, our CEO, Johan Coetzee, and myself, Simone, we would like to extend our warm greetings to everyone present. We are with you, not only virtually this morning, but also in spirit. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate yourself, Joshua, and the team at Earn on this very important and very special milestone, being the 10th anniversary of Earn. Along with that, the establishment and the launch of the South African Council of Young Farmers Network, initiated by NAJK in support of the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Earn, as well as role players throughout the agricultural value chain in South Africa who have formed part of this task team. The youth is a global necessity, and through the global guiding frameworks which exist and to which all our organizations are aligned, for example, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals Agenda 2030, the African Union Agenda 2063, and the National South African Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan, there is a shared recognition on the critical role that the youth play. Nationally, agriculture serves as the backbone of the South African economy, and therefore the youth is not a question of inclusion, but vital for economic growth, for knowledge transfer, and for most importantly, food security. South Africa is a vibrant and diverse country with a very rich agricultural sector, one that is broad and multifaceted in nature. If we take a brief glimpse into the future, we sitting here are the current as well as the future leaders and innovators in agriculture, and therefore it is critical that we prepare well, understand the dynamic landscape which we serve and are about to serve, as well as take hands, as our success in this journey is based on the sum total of our relationships, partnerships, and networks established on this journey. And so we have already acknowledged that the youth is an essential ingredient to the future of agriculture. We as Agri-SA thank you for the now that we are able to share, and we are excited for what is to come. And as stated in your invitation extended to this beautiful occasion this morning, and I quote, "We are united in our commitment to the equipping of the next generation of agricultural leaders in South Africa. We wish you a prosperous future and a fruitful morning." Thank you.
Agriculture is hard work, and you cannot afford to just pick any other person whose interests are not in agriculture. And the team that we have put in have demonstrated that they have a burning desire to be agripreneurs. This is Monges Veti, Head of Sustainability in Exxaro. Exxaro, as part of its own strategy, has what we call growth and sustainable impact strategy. And this is just that part. And in it, we're talking about contributing and making social impact to communities around the mines where we operate. Today, this is a signing ceremony of the farmers, we call them agripreneurs in Lephalale, who are leasing our own land, and we have subdivided a farm belonging to Exxaro solely for the purpose of empowering them to start agricultural enterprises, which then will help increase food security in the country and, most importantly, in the surrounding community. The statistics in this country goes without saying that the segment of our population, because of high unemployment rate in the country, is young people. And we've taken this as a challenge upon ourselves to make sure that we advance our strategy in improving their lot in terms of affording them opportunities, especially when it comes to business, because we do know that employment opportunities are lacking quite a lot in the country. And if we develop them to be entrepreneurs, they in turn employ others too. Mining is a finite business. So it has got a start and it has got an end. Whereas agriculture businesses exist and transcend generations into the future. So our long-term objective is that when our coal reserves are depleted, agriculture will sustain the communities and the livelihood in this area beyond generations into the future. As you know, that if you look after land appropriately and harness the potential that the land can give to you, you stand a good chance to repeat your processes of agriculture in terms of crop rotation for as long as the market exists. and then economic livelihood is maintained. Exxaro, one day, if we remain only mining, will cease to exist as we will deplete all the resources. And then agriculture becomes the economic lifeline to provide services, opportunities, entrepreneurship, and also food security. So that's our mantra, so to speak, that agriculture would be a strong economic backbone for South Africa into the future.
Greetings from a beautiful day here in Colorado Springs. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be invited by Kobang and Joshua to share a bit about our journey over the last several years with EARN. Celebrating a decade of development and accomplishment is really a big deal in today's world. Really happy to be here. I became connected to Joshua several years ago through the efforts of Planetary Care. Planetary Care's mission is really to build resilience globally through the adoption of regenerative agriculture practices. This year in particular, we've done a project for EARN where we designed out agrivoltaics in a very wonderful and unique fashion, thanks to our partner, Joshua Tree and Butterfly Power. My name is Forrest Tanner Lighthouse, and I am the founder of Planetary Care. And our focus is really on building resilience globally through regenerative agriculture. It's been really within that context over the last several years that I've been working with Joshua, Kobang, and EARN, and just really developed a tremendous amount of respect and appreciation for the really important work that is being done there. More recently, I've also been connected to what's called the Collective Peaceful Rise of Africa and Humanity. And through that, really come to understand what a powerful and important and vibrant place Africa is, with all of its various countries within the continent of Africa. Today, I will turn around and focus a bit of what I've learned about EARN and what I appreciate so much. So the first thing is really the focus on ending hunger through sustainable farming. And through that, really understands it's going to come from the youth and being able to get them properly trained and employed, and to do it in such a way that it's also having a tremendous benefit for the environment. The program that really Activate, which is kind of the classroom training component that goes through it. Then we go into Accelerate, which is hands-on, really working for 9 months or so directly in the fields to get that solid experience. And then what's really exciting for me is also seeing that from there they transition into ownership of their own land to be able to develop. Along the way, they turn around and develop for collaboration and recognizing that it's really when farmers are working together, they're able to manage their cost of inputs, they can learn from each other, and then they can also turn around and take advantage in terms of sales that selling the products that they produce. Looking back is really about 2015, where the construction really began in terms of the greenhouses and everything, and how amazing how much that has grown during this period. Putting in their own solar production, because actually we're really at an incredible time right now where combining renewable energy, particularly solar production and storage, properly on farmland where it totally integrates with the farming but doesn't take farmland out of production is really, again, how EARN has been ahead of the curve. And this is an area where Planetary Care and our partner, Joshua Tree with Butterfly Power, excuse me, recently completed a very extensive look at what really can be developed on the property there. And then aquaponics, which is a wonderful advanced circular method of combining fish with actually growing our greens and things in a very circular manner so that you're really generating food of both types, high protein as well as the greens, and it is in a circular fashion with minimal waste and using nature to provide the nutrients required and such. But just that knowledge is really not enough. Today, bringing in agriculture technology is really critical, whether it is in fertigation units or whether it is in your farm management or sensors and all of the rest. These are all continuing to be cost effective and affordable and really enhance the decision-making process. This technical innovations I would certainly expect to continue, potentially in addition to the renewable energy of drones and automated machinery to essentially make the work easier, more predictable, and to be able to make better decisions. So in summing up, it's really focusing on people, planet, and profits. And all of those benefit very tangibly through sustainable farming. In fact, it really goes down and it helps build the community resilience. It'll regenerate the soil and the biodiversity. And we end up with thriving harvests and profits that ensure sustainability for the farmer. Looking to the future, particularly with the layout and the vision that we've been guided from Joshua and Kobang and others of a training and research facility that is really advancing sustainable farming. And with that, I want to say thank you very much. Together, let's really nurture the earth for many generations to come, and feel free to reach out to me if that calls to you and you have that desire. Again, congratulations, EARN, on a decade of really tangible and very important work seeking to support the spread of this all over Africa and beyond.
My name is Mzukisi Qobo, South Africa's ambassador to the World Trade Organization, based in Geneva, Switzerland. I'm thrilled today to be sending a message of support to EARN on the occasion of celebrating its 10th anniversary since its founding back in 2014. What a milestone. EARN is a remarkable story of success in promoting entrepreneurship and creating opportunities for young people to earn an income and have dignity. I feel privileged to have been part of EARN's journey early on. Ant's greatest value has been the people it developed over the years and the opportunities the organization created for sustainable livelihoods. Perhaps at this point, let me take a step back. It was around December 2012 when I first met Joshua Ngoma in Lausanne, Switzerland, which is about 45 minutes outside of Geneva, where I am currently. We were both attending a conference hosted by the Avian Group, which was the organization that sought to bring together business leaders, decision makers in government, and leading thinkers in society to tackle some of the major global challenges, ranging from the global trading system, the relationship between business and society, questions of climate change, and sustainable development. Before this occasion, I had never met Joshua, so I attended his session, listened to him, and I was super impressed. And I thought to myself, I've got to have lunch with him to get more of, get to understand what drove him, understand his passion, get to know the man close up. He did not turn me down, so he agreed that we would go and have lunch on that day when we were taking a break, and off we went, cutting through the snow. It was December in Lausanne, and it had snowed heavily. And over lunch, which must have taken about 60 to 90 minutes, Joshua took me through his life, shared with me his passion for entrepreneurship. At that time, Joshua was an active mining engineer who was in the middle of a complex transaction to purchase, I think, an Australian-based mining equipment company, while at the same time leading the mining exploration projects at his then company, Trenta. And we spent the next, it must have been 90 minutes talking about Africa, global change, and how to create opportunities for young people on the African continent. The next time I would see Joshua, we were both back in South Africa. I went to visit him where he was working in Sentin at the time, leading this mining exploration and mining equipment company. And we didn't talk about mining during this time. He told me that he was preparing himself for a new challenge in agriculture. And I listened attentively to him. At one point, I thought maybe he's losing his mind. Why would he move into an uncharted territory when it all seemed he had it all together. He was in a very thriving sector of the economy. Mining at the time was doing very well. It became clear to me that Joshua is an entrepreneur through and through, in the sense of wanting to create things and bring to life what was without void or what was formless. He is also a different kind of entrepreneur who sees enterprise as an avenue for social change. And my idea of a businessman at the time, and suppose at one point or another we all kind of have this caricature of a businessman as someone who only talked about profit margins and how they would corner the markets and squeeze every sweat and blood to make profits. For those who spend time with Joshua, they would attest that he speaks more about values, about doing the right thing, and about making a difference. I knew then that I had found a mentor. He was someone I could look up to. He had a very, very strong sense of values. He was motivated by something beyond material, beyond the tangible. He had a big vision of what the African continent could be, could be like. And one of the themes that kept coming up during our many conversations was how to solve Africa's development challenges through entrepreneurship. He expressed a deep concern about Africa's high levels of unemployment, youth that had no opportunity on a continent 50% or over 50% of which had arable, the most arable land in the world, but unproductive. And he envisioned N as a network that would reach the farthest corners of the African continent to create opportunities for these young people. And also to put Africa on the map as a food basket of the world. Joshua spoke a lot about Africa in terms of the potential of its young people. He was never thinking in narrow terms of a country, but of the region, the broader African continent. 2 or so years later, N was founded on an empty lot of land that was, it was filled with hard stones. You couldn't imagine agricultural activities taking place. You certainly couldn't imagine that piece of land attracting, people from different parts of the province, young people from different parts of the province coming to learn about agriculture, small and medium enterprises coming to learn about business, coming to be trained and equipped on running business, human resources, finance, etc. And what he did with this land is truly, truly remarkable. He has turned it into an asset, into a training ground for young entrepreneurs in South Africa, and I believe that its vision, its Africa-wide vision, lies ahead. Apart from his values, another observation I made about Joshua was his acute sense of vision. He has a strong sense of the future. He is a big dreamer and one who is not easily discouraged. And one of the sayings he liked was that things are created twice. First in the mind and second in reality. And his life and the creation of N are a testament to that belief. I'm spotlighting the personal because organizations are built by human beings, by men and women with relentless focus and determination to create value for society. And this is what N was about at the beginning and continues to be about today. Companies are a product of ideas and belief. They embody values and express our God-given desires to make a positive change in society. And proves that entrepreneurs are midwives of social and economic change. I'm very proud to have been associated with N, to have been part of that journey from the beginning. No company is a fairy tale. Trust me, N has had its fair share of struggles over the years and has overcome each and every one of them. It made the right pivots at the right time under the right leadership. Its resilience paid off many times. The company changed course when the times demanded, yet it stayed true to its values. ICN's future shining brightly on the horizon. Its best years lie ahead. Josh, Suzanne, Gobang, Marinda, and the entire N team, congratulations on this excellent milestone. Wish you all the best of I wish you the best of success ahead, and may God bless you. Thank you.
Last, that is important. Just 10 minutes for the other entrepreneurs that we work with, so that at least you can get the full picture of the journey that we've taken. So if you can play that second video quickly. For the other entrepreneurs. Is the one that trying.
My name is Kenneth Muizi. I was born and raised here in Lephalale. I'm a compliance officer in Parach Farming. Parach Farming is a private company which deals with farming. It is registered under private initiatives with 4 executive directors. We're dealing with crop farming. We are going to be farming vegetables such as green peppers. Started in my small garden at home. When I grew up, I used to do my small garden at home, planting spinach and tomatoes. And then overall aspect, when I look at the World Hunger Organization, I've seen that we need to, as young people in South Africa, need to come up together, form cooperative companies, and start farming, because usually farming is being done by old people that are over the age of 60. For now, I cannot say much because we did not start farming yet. But then the challenges that occurs now is access to funding, and another challenge is finding the proper land with quality water and enough water in it, with good soil. It was advertised on the social media, Tsale Phalale. So then once I saw it, I went and wrote the psychometric test at Mogolo Academy, and I got an opportunity to be one of the agripreneurs today. This program was a 12-month program, which was divided into 2 phases, activation phase and acceleration phase. Activation phase is 3 months, and acceleration phase was a 9 months program. Activation phase was 80% theory and 20% of practical. And during the activation phase, we were going or visiting many excursions, farms, whereby they were dealing with aquaponics and hydroponics, different types of farming. And when it gets to acceleration phase, that was for 9 months, we were doing practicals, hands-on on the ground. Everyone was allocated the tunnels. That's when we learned how to farm and how to take our produce to the market. We learned how to classify them accordingly from A, B, and C, how to price them according to the market prices. And we even learned how to create our own business plan that is bankable. My business benefited from the program through mentoring, how to manage the finances, teaching us how to farm, how to do pest management control, even how to the fertigation system, how to control it, and many things. Together we empower.
My name is James Maboya from Bazalanong village here in Lephalale. I'm operations manager at Parach Farming Company. Parach Farming is a property limited company that is aimed at producing green peppers initially from a 3-hectare scale. The responsibility that comes with it, you know, as a farmer, people look up to you whenever they need to feed their stomach. And then I think producing those food making sure that you contribute towards the Sustainable Development Goal number 4, which is zero hunger. So as an agripreneur, I feel proud, confident. I produce my own food, I sustain myself. Let me say, as an agripreneur, the challenges that we face are many. So when you don't have land, it becomes a challenge, enough water resource, and the funding itself. So you must have those resources into place so that nothing will bias your production, will bias your progress when it comes to the work that we do. It was posted on social media. I remember I went to write the assessment at Moholo Academy. They were the hosts on the 11th of June. And then fortunately, I got lucky. I was selected with the other 9 members. Then till today, I'm still happy to be part of the program, yes. Well, I remember in June 2019, I had to leave my home for a training in Centurion at N. We were introduced to farming industry, whereby we started with the activation phase, of which it consisted of the 2 phases. There was 80% of the theory and 20% of the practical, of which in the 20% of the activation, the individuals as 10 members, everyone was given a 30 meter by 10 tunnel to produce their own crop. And moving into the acceleration, the agripreneurs, 10 agripreneurs decided to form 4 companies with full support from the N group. And then I remember there was CNJ production, Malume Lebana, Green Abundance, and Parach farming. So I was part of Malume Lebana, of which we were allocated with 4 tunnels. And then in those tunnels, we grew cocktail tomatoes, sweet bite peppers, and green beans. And I'm still proud today to say we are the only team that contributed a lot towards the sales. I think the knowledge, the experience, and the resources, they more of taught us on how to do things in agriculture, how to get things. And I think our businesses will run successful as commercial agribusinesses, especially Parach. Together, we empower.
Good day, everyone, and a special greetings to the Earn family. Congratulations on 10 incredible years of excellence and sustainable impact. My name is Nombeko Nongoba, and I joined the Earn family in 2019 as an intern. This was a very pivotal moment as Earn was launching their agripreneurial program. So this allowed me the privilege to participate fully in the program, gaining in business technical skills, mentorship, and coaching. So now as an environmental specialist at a coal mine, I can strongly attest that my time at Earn really developed me and equipped me to be the person that I am career-wise, especially when it comes to environmental management standards and exceptional leadership skills. So now, today, I trust that this milestone fills you with so much pride and fuels you for the exciting journey ahead. And I trust that on my behalf and on the behalf of everyone else who couldn't make it today, that you will unwind and let your head down and truly savor the rewards of hard work and dedication on your 10-year anniversary today. I thank you.
Where I came from, there's no agriculture. I don't know what agriculture is, but now I've learned a lot about it.
I've always been interested in having or running my own agricultural business.
I had no motivation when I joined the program, but then I got the motivation as I was within the program because I knew nothing about the program initially. So the motivation is something that just grew up as I was within this program.
I had a passion for agriculture, but I didn't know more because I was clueless about agri. But COVID taught me a different story altogether to say, okay, you need to diversify.
I thought, you know what, let me just broaden my skills and learn more about this agriculture because I do love nature, I love nutritious food, I love the idea of growing something.
It actually showed me that agriculture is not what we've known it to be. It's not just the traditional form of planting, but there is more to agriculture. The different strategies in farming, what to do, when to do it, how to penetrate the market, when to penetrate the market, what you're supposed to do to get to where you want to be.
A lot, especially on aquaponic and hydroponic and many different techniques of agriculture.
I have to know better about plants, especially peppers, all the crops that are doing here, so that I can maintain the scale forever. And in case I'm gonna do the same crops that they're doing here, then it is a win-win for me. There are some of the things that I didn't know because I've always loved agriculture as I did in school, but I've never really planted and stuff. So it has really showed me how to plant, how to make seedlings and everything else.
I've learned a lot since I joined this program because where we've come from, the only knowledge we had of farming was using the soil. So since we got here, we learned about hydroponics, farming, and as well as aquaponics.
Actually, I didn't have any knowledge about agriculture before, so now I've learned a lot. I've gained more knowledge, so I'm glad that I got this opportunity.
The goal that I want to achieve is that I want to own my own business and have my own company. Where I'm coming from, there are a lot of people who doesn't work. So maybe if I'm done with the program, I will develop some jobs for them.
Have a bigger land, where I can practice, a commercial agriculture for food security, and also, just for me individually, how I will be able to assist, your job creations inside our community.
Once I go back home, I get some bigger space where I'll be able to practice the farming and also teach other people, especially school children, to how to farm so that they can help themselves reduce their poverty back at home.
I'd like to be known as one of the most big vertical farmers out there, female vertical farmer.
I want to become one of the big giants in supplying industry of vegetables and fruits.
By me doing agriculture, I think I'll be able to reach some people, not everyone, but some people in a sense that I'd help them eat. As simple as eating, not trying to make complex things.
I would say it's a great opportunity. You don't have to go around looking for big spaces to start your own thing. You can just use your background to grow your own crops and then run it as a business.
It can really help in those skills, the young people, and also coming into the industry, because I'd like to believe that we are so few, because it's also deemed or seen as something for older people. Yeah.
I think it can boost our economy too much, because I think everyone in South Africa depends on food. So I think we should indulge on that and focus on going green.
Good morning. So remember, you need to stay focused. If you sleep on your prize, okay? So as I was introduced, my name is Ngobile Magwagwa. You saw me on the video also. I'm one of the agripreneurs. So I don't know why, but this moment keeps coming to me. I think I'm going to be a great woman. It's not my first time introducing Mr. Ngoma. The first time I was speechless. The only thing I could come up with was that he's the greatest man. And I'm a poet. I think even if I would have to write a poem, I would almost run out of words, because the impact, the work, everything that he has done, the turnaround. Imagine leaving the most paying industry to come and train people out of your pocket and lose money. But you know, at the end, the value is bigger than the money. So I'm gonna call Mr. Ngoma, and he's gonna be repping everything that the stakeholders, the agripreneurs have shared via the videos, the directing managers which were here. I hope you remember what they said, like from Daliso to literally the last one of the agripreneurs on the videos, because remember your price, Mr. Ngoma.
Not still the moment, but I just want to also acknowledge our partner, Herbert. So he was the first person that helped us here, on the farm to grow tomato, pepper, and we did it successfully in our early stages in the Agri-Entrepreneur Development Program. Herbert, can you just stand up? Herbert is from Netherlands. Herbert, thank you very much.
See, on the pictures, we always tend to show Herbert demonstrating because when we were testing this program for the first time, we got in Kosnati and Herbert was there, and Kosnati was new from college, but we grew the best crop first time. And thanks, Herbert, for well, job for that. I think it's true. I come from mining myself. I'm a mining engineer by profession. I was in the mining industry for about 3 decades, and mining was my passion. But towards the and I have been a bit. I've gone through a few operations a few times. So I've been on the operating table for quite a few times, and I now know the whole drill. But in 2011, it became quite worse, and I thought that that was the last time. And so that time I was running Tranta, and my colleagues felt that because I'm a workaholic, and I wasn't paying attention so much to my health. So the guys advised that it would be better if I retire so that I can focus on my health, which I did. So in 2012, I retired. And it took, in 2014, I had 2 major operations, and it worked quite well. And it was after that retirement that we decided to buy this place. And I thought, I discovered very quickly that after retiring, I realized that I'm not a retiring person, because the life just slowed down. And I'm a very active person, and so to keep myself busy, I thought I was going to dedicate my life going forward to developing young people, and here we are. So if I didn't go through those difficult times, and wouldn't be here today. And so sometimes when God wants to give you a gift, He wraps it in a problem. And sometimes we tend to look at the wrapping without taking time to unwrap the gift and see what's inside. So, in any case, it was the actress Audrey Hepburn who once said, as you grow older, you will discover that you have 2 hands. One for helping yourself, and the other for helping others. Esteemed guests, fellow change makers, ladies and gentlemen, or protocols observed. It is a great honor to stand before you today as we celebrate a decade of impact at Enterprising Africa Regional Network, or EARN. As we reflect on our journey, I'm filled with the immense pride and gratitude. Our story began not with the goal of personal gain, but with a vision to tackle a pressing issue, the rising unemployment among our youth. 10 years ago, we embarked on a journey that was driven by the belief that our youth have the potential to shape a brighter future for our country and our continent. On 1 September 2014, EARN opened its doors as a purpose-driven for-profit company with a clear vision to empower our African youth from various backgrounds and foster entrepreneurship and innovation, starting in South Africa and later extending across the continent. For us at EARN, everyone born and bred in Africa is an African and should be given equal opportunity regardless of their race, ethnicity, religion, gender, creed, or sexual orientation. Looking at our mission, at EARN, we believe in aligning purpose with profit. From the beginning, our goal has been to help young Africans build successful and sustainable businesses that create jobs and boost economic prosperity. We see Africa's growing youth population as a source of talent, innovation, and opportunity. Over the past 10 years, EARN has expanded into various sectors, including agriculture, technology, real estate, and business owned services. This expansion allows us to remain self-sustaining while continuing to focus on our core mission, empowering our young African entrepreneurs with the tools they need to succeed. By 2020, just 6 years into our journey, EARN had grown from a nascent idea to a thriving organization with about 150 employees operating across 5 subsidiaries. What makes this journey even more remarkable is that EARN has grown using only its own resources without external debt. Of course, now as we expand, we will go and start looking. But until now, we've got no external debt. We have self-funded our growth through careful resource management and reinvesting into the business, maintaining full control and ownership over our direction. I think our biggest strength is our people. We've got people that are very dedicated and we're able to do things cheaper than most people could do. This year, we took another significant step forward with the launch of EARN Fruit-led Agri. This new venture, in collaboration with the Dutch Embassy, NIC, and ESCOM, is part of the Just Energy Transition Initiative in the Hexband district. Through this initiative, we are aiming to create jobs in the agriculture sector and promote food security, addressing some of the most critical challenges facing our country today. Then we've got the Johnson Foundation. To ensure we have the resources needed to support EARN's Youth Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, we have established the Johnson Foundation. This foundation will be a crucial force in raising the necessary resources to not only sustain our current initiatives, but also expand our reach and impact. see, when you are embarking on initiatives that we have, if you don't have the resources, then everything stalls. And if we have got our own resources, then no matter what happens, we know that we're going to move forward, as we've done in the past 10 years. Through the Jocelyn Foundation, we are paving the way for lasting change. Our goal is to make sure that young African entrepreneurs have both the financial and non-financial support they need to succeed. Because most of the people that we target come from impoverished communities and they don't have the resources. And if people have got the passion, we need to find resources to get into where they should. By providing the right tools, guidance, and resources, we can help them turn their ideas into thriving businesses that contribute to economic growth and job creation. We invite potential partners and donors to join us in this mission. Your contribution to the Jocelyn Foundation will directly impact the lives of young entrepreneurs, helping them unlock their potential and shape the future of Africa. Together, we can create a legacy of empowerment and sustainable development. To make sure the foundation is managed professionally, we have contacted the services of FNB Fiduciary Services. Prince is here. We believe that whoever puts the resources there can trust that it be used properly, because we've got a professional team that is behind us. It's nice that you are here, Prince. Then we have the young people. Patricia, Kevin, Soike, Mia, and the Mobide and others. If you look today, this whole thing has been organized by the young people, and usually you see that today we had tickets. We know I don't have that, and today they said you are going to do it out your way, and I got my tickets as well. So we have given them the chance to make sure that they begin to show that leadership, because they are going to take over from us when our voices have been silenced. So we believe that youth employment must transcend borders. And the significant milestone in N's journey came on 18 October 2023, when you visited us at our farm in Eransfontein. This was during a visit from the Dutch delegation led by then Minister Peter Dema. The following evening at a musical event, I shared my dream with him to unite African agri-youth with their European counterparts to foster collaboration and innovation. He mentioned to me about the existence of the Dutch Young Farmers Association, and that he would introduce them to us. True to his word, Minister Dema introduced us to the Young Farmers Association in the Netherlands. Not long after, two representatives from the association, Kevin, who is with us here, he came with Anita, and we spent 3 days here. And over the course of the 3 days, they engaged with the fellow young people from EARN, and as well as students from other higher institutions of learning, including Northwest University, the University of Johannesburg, Tshwane University of Technology, and Hetsbande Tibet College. From this gathering, the Vision for Youth Without Borders was born. An initiative created by the youth, for the youth, and to be managed by the youth with our full support. This platform will connect young African entrepreneurs with their global peers, facilitating the exchange of ideas and fostering collaboration. It will allow young people to share their strategies, entrepreneurial experiences, and innovations with others around the world. We firmly believe that by connecting our youth globally, we will unlock the potential for even greater innovation and growth. Today's launch of Youth Without Borders would not have been possible without Minister Adema's unwavering support and commitment to youth development. His support and vision were instrumental in the creation of this organization, and we are deeply grateful for his contribution. Into the future, through partnerships with the like-minded individuals like yourselves, who are gathered here today, and others across Africa and beyond, we envision a future where young African entrepreneurs are at the forefront of job creation, innovation, and economic growth. Our work is also dedicated to empowering young women to be on the same footing as their male counterparts, ensuring they have equal access to resources, networks, and opportunities. By empowering young women in entrepreneurship and innovation, we aim to not only drive economic growth, but also promote gender equality and sustainable development across the continent. The journey has not always been easy. Like many of you, we have faced challenges from access to finance to human capacity and infrastructure limitations. I think especially when we took over the farm in Fontaine, because it was almost dead, we've had to put in a lot of resources to get it where it is now, and that was a bit backbreaking. But I'm pleased to see that despite all the challenges, AGH is still here, and we're looking forward. So we believe that these obstacles have merely been stepping stones on our path to greatness. We have been we've seen firsthand how targeted support can transform lives, providing training and development and linking aspiring entrepreneurs to various ecosystem enablers, such as funders, coaches, mentors, markets, and the like, has unlocked incredible potential. We are still looking for resources, because one of the challenges that we have is unless we have a good policy together at governmental level, where we've got a fund that we can use to develop entrepreneurs, we rely on commercial funding, and that comes with its own challenges. I'm glad Solomon, you are here. We need to look at that other fund that we were discussing this week, because up until now, our young entrepreneurs that just completed last month are on the ground, and we've had to use some of our own resources to get them started, because agriculture is about observing the seasons. Meanwhile, we are still looking at how we can get them funded on the long term. And the initiatives like the foundation and looking at developing our own fund possibly might help with challenges of this nature. But we need some policy direction in terms of how we deal with the youth development, particularly in the area of entrepreneurship. Because without those resources, we cannot succeed. Our platform for collaboration have allowed ideas to flourish and partnerships to thrive, creating a vibrant ecosystem that nurtures entrepreneurship and innovation. Looking ahead, as we look forward towards the future, our work is far from done. We must continue to advocate for policies that support entrepreneurship and create an enabling environment where young innovators, both men and women, can thrive. We must challenge the status quo and dismantle the barriers that hold us back. Imagine a future where every African entrepreneur and innovator has the resources, tools, and support to turn their ideas into reality. A future where our youth are not job seekers, but job creators. This vision is not a dream. It is within our reach. So as we celebrate this important milestone, I want to express my deepest gratitude to the N team. Your dedication, passion, and hard work are the foundation of this organization. You are the driving force behind everything we have achieved. To our partners, sponsors, and supporters, thank you for believing in our mission and standing by us over the years. A special thank you to Exaro, Nedbank, Research Power, CIFA, and the Pick for your invaluable contributions. Your financial and non-financial support has been crucial in training our young entrepreneurs, and we are deeply grateful for your partnership. And to those who may join us in future, we welcome you to be part of this journey of making a lasting impact. Together, we can shape a brighter future for Africa. And to our young entrepreneurs, you are the heartbeat of EARN, because EARN was built specifically for the youth. Your determination, resilience, and vision inspires us all to keep pushing forward. As we look to the future, let us renew our commitment to empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs and innovators. Let us dream bigger, work harder, and continue to believe in the transformative power of entrepreneurship and innovation. And now, as we celebrate 10 years of impact, I'm proud to present EARN's roadmap, a journey from our humble beginnings to where we stand today, a testament to what we can achieve together. We're not very good with these things, so but we've got the technology guys that can assist us. So if we look at where we start from, when we got this place, this is the way it used to look. Sorry, guys. Technology, just when you think everything's working well, on the day it's should be fine. No, it actually just was working so here, because I was hoping that it will actually hide it. So yeah. Sorry about that. Okay. Sorry about that. But we'll continue. Okay. So once we had finished the residence, we had just a blank canvas. So initially we wanted to use this for the business purposes, so if we look at where we start from in 2013, we started looking at the challenges of. We looked at the advantage that we have on the continent, despite the challenges that we were facing. We looked at the fact that we are the youngest continent on the planet, where 60% of our population is under the age of 25. And these are bringing with energy and innovation. But this demographic can be a two-edged sword. It can be a ticking time bomb, or it can be an asset, depending on how we measure. We've got untapped resources, whether it's minerals, whether it's agriculture, and so on. Africa boasts 65% of the world's uncultivated arable land, which is a vast canvas for agricultural development. And we've got a warm climate, which means we can grow food throughout the year. But despite that, we got the rising unemployment, especially among the youth, which doesn't make sense. Because this is a significant demographic that we can turn into an asset with the right approach. So, one of the things that we did when we had a house in Forest Gardens, and when we bought this place, we sold it at about $1 million more than we bought this place for. So we had an extra $1 million that we could use to start this whole process. My friend Ravi Chaudhry is in New Delhi. He's one of the best experts on leadership. I was reading his book in 2011, and one of the things that he has in chapter 6 that deals with the triple top line is about the relationship between happiness and wealth. And what he says in there is that people say, that money cannot make you happy. That's not true. Because when you don't have money, you're very stressed. So at the beginning there, you find that when you've got no money, your happiness is also zero. But as the amount of wealth is going up, your happiness also goes up, but up to a point. And we call that a point of sufficiency. Beyond that point, the quantum is around there. But beyond that point, the happiness drops very quickly. But you can maintain happiness if you do something else. And you see this in chapter 6 of A Quest for Exceptional Leadership by Ravi Chaudhry. And you can maintain happiness by doing something else. And you can do that if you share your good fortunes with others, especially those that particularly those from the underprivileged section of society. So I looked at this and I was thinking to myself, this makes a lot of sense. And I wanted to find out, why is that? And as I did some analysis, I realized, it came to me that up to the point of sufficiency, what you have is yours. Beyond the point of sufficiency, it's not yours. I call it divine property. And that's something that the higher power has given you to use for a higher purpose. And if you have that realization, you find that you have everything that you need, but you also feel very happy. And equipped with that, and with the, I saw that my area teaching passion kicked in. That was me there at the age of 22 to 3 with my class. Before I became an engineer, I did a bit of primary school teaching. Then we started EARN. And the purpose of EARN was developing the African youth into successful entrepreneurs that would grow profitable and successful business to increase levels of employment and prosperity. And that's why EARN was born. And so on the 1st of September, we started, and this was the original team. We managed to get 3 young people from Soweto as interns, 2 in computers, the other was on the marketing. They gained the experience that they're going to find jobs elsewhere now, but they were the first ones to begin. Jason was very good with marketing, and Janine, his wife, was helping with the administration, and then my wife and myself, and with this team, started. And so we had it in a number of horizons. So the first horizon was to provide business services offered to clients, but also train entrepreneurs. And so we started partnering with a lot of people, because remember, I'm a miner. Before I came here, I had no idea about training. I had no idea about farming. But I had just that knowledge that we need to do something about the youth. And one thing I've learned is that God does not give you vision without provision. And we managed to start getting partners, and through that we were able to develop programs that started creating impact. So it was then that by most of these models that are developed from ignorance, because when I don't know something, I'll ask a lot of questions, and as people give me answers, then I'm able to develop a model. This model, I developed it in the same way by asking people that have been in the industry for a long time. So I developed the end process, and we use this as well in our business. And the entrepreneur development program, again, I developed it through ignorance by asking people within the agriculture sector. And by listening to what they're saying, I started seeing a pattern, and I was able to put all that together to create all those gaps. So you never stop learning, but you learn if you're not afraid to ask. And if you take away a professional pride, there's nothing like a stupid question. And in Horizon 2, we thought of developing the Entrepreneur Development Center. And so we had all these big plans and dreams, and we put this alternative impression of what we're going to do here. And we said we are going to, within there, we'll have this exhibition for agriculture and so on, and that we'll have the conference facilities and have training facilities, and we'll have a place where entrepreneurs can do businesses and so on and so forth. And we said we were going to be entering from there. But that was out of ignorance because we didn't understand how the municipality works. We didn't understand the issue about you putting in, you have to rezone the place, you need to put some application, and we applied in 2018, it's 2024. Everything that they have asked us to do, I've done. I've revised the sound study, the noise studies twice. I've revised the geotechnical studies 3 times, but I still don't have a rezoning permit. That's in 2024 now. It's something that would have, all we needed, all we are asking for is just give us a permit because we want to do things correctly. Because in the end, we don't cut corners. And the way I was raised is that the biggest asset you have is your integrity. And the biggest gift that anyone can give you is trust. So if someone violates your trust, they have lost the gift that you've given them. So, and we don't give bribes and we don't take any. And in this environment, it can be very hard. And we faced a lot of challenges because of that. But I've said my team is, no matter what happens, if we're going to win, we have to win the right way. And so we are waiting. And the other thing we didn't know is that to enter, you have to go in at least 100 meters before you enter your. Fortunately, we have applied to the roads department, Gauteng province. They gave us access to that road there, and we've submitted that to the council. So now we have access to here. We want to operate. Then we were looking at, we are going to, within there, among some of the things we are going to do was provide the tech zones where we'll be training people in the technology and providing services within technology, do all the printing and marketing services, and we have ballroom and conference facilities for entrepreneurs, and that we would have coaching and training and so on. So that was our big dream. And that in the third horizon, we said you would now start expanding the hubs to other regions and so on and so forth, and that would have some main hubs within shopping centers and so on. But things didn't work out the way we think. Some of these things we're doing now, they are following that pattern, but in a very different way. So now we're at this blank canvas. Then also what we discovered afterwards was that why people thought, when you tell people that you want to do farming and why they were laughing, is because we didn't know that this place is rocky and that there's no water. But coming from the mining industry, for us in the mining industry, we don't have, it can't be done in our vocabulary. And so we looked at what matters in life, not having the best, but doing the best with what we have. So we waited for the rains to start, and we took out some of necessary trees. That's why I planted a lot of trees as you come through that driveway to replace the ones that we cut here. And then we brought a 4x4 tractor with a big ripper, and we ripped the rocks from the whole area. And we piled it there. Some of it we've used to build when we were building this. We've used some of it when we were building the aquaponics. We still got some that we are going to use when we put up infrastructure here. And you see we got a lot of piles there, even from the dam. We don't throw away anything. We will use it somewhere. I know we will. And by 2015, we had good ground that we could use. There were still some rocks, but they were small. And with water, we surveyed and we found about 6 places because we're in granite, and granite water is in veins, and they're independent of each other. So we drilled all the 6 boreholes, we found good water in only 3. We buried the other 3, even if we had spent money on them, and we equipped the 3, and so then we had some water. By February 2015, we started farming, and that's when African Renewers was created. So initially, African Renewers, we created it to learn how to farm. Because if I'm going to train people in agriculture, you need to know how to do it yourself. So I had to learn farming. So from 2015, we started learning what to do. So we planted lettuce. I got the guys from Not Your Farm. They came and showed our guys how to do it. And so we used to supply Not Your Farms with our lettuce. But our guys, because most of the guys are from Gipswood, they said, no, but the guys in the township, they don't eat much of this. If you're going to tap that market, you need to go into a different type of vegetable. So through their advice, we went into spinach and kale and so on. And so we had a good market in the townships, but we found that the supermarkets also loved our kale. So we used to supply both the supermarkets as well as in the local market. And then in 2016, we used to supply every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We supplied on Wednesday, Thursday. We had hail. In 5 minutes, the whole crop was gone. And so we said, okay, I think we are going to go undercover. And so that's how we started going undercover. But also during the dry season, we found that we had very little water. So everything now went into drip irrigation. And because now we had the expensive facilities, we couldn't grow veggies, so we had to go into high value crops. That's when the Herbert came in, and then we had 2 of the 10 hours we grew turmeric. The other 4 we grew pepper, the other 4 we grew tomato. And because of the work that went in, because that's why you need coaches, because they help you from land preparation and post-harvest so that you can produce the high standards. People loved our pepper. And it was through that they wanted us to grow more for them. That's why we expanded to another 15 tunnels on the shed. And then just a year after we formed EARN, that's when the UN member states on 25th of September adopted the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And this came into effect on the 1st of January 2016. So we're looking at this and we thought, I think what we were doing in terms of just training people how to run a business was not effective. We needed to go deeper. So we needed to use, so we thought, let's use one of these. And so we took goal number 12, Zero Hunger. And that's how we started looking at developing the Agricultural Development Program. Because then we could give them the full 360-degree exposure, where we train them, we find land for them, we help them for funding all the way up to the market. And that's how the Agricultural Development Program came about. And so we formed so we're at this now that is fully developed as a training center for entrepreneurship. So from what the guys were saying there is, see, we are all born geniuses, but we demonstrate our genius when we are placed in our natural space. The deficiencies of our current education system is that we take people with different interests, we put them in one class, and we expose them to different subjects, whether they like them or not. And if someone doesn't like the subject, they cannot do what we say they are dull. They're not. They just don't like the subject that you are exposing them to. Because whether you are born from the same mother, same father, we are not the same. For instance, we got two kids. My son is very much in technology, and our daughter is more into art. But they are born from the same mother, same father. So it's the same. So our system is that we use an assessment tool, and then it selects on the people that are suitable for the program that you've put there. So just because you haven't been selected as an agripreneur doesn't mean you're dumb. You're just not good for agripreneurship, but you may be better for another program that we may develop. And so we bring them here and we expose them to proven best practices with high levels of technology. So that was the effect when we just started in 2017. Yeah. So we use this place to provide training, and everything we produce, we sell commercially, because the guys, they produce to the highest standards. Even Roland knows that when we send the stuff to country, people won't know that these things are produced by students because it's a very high standard. Then in 20, then we wanted to bring our son back because he was in Southeast Asia. One of the things is that the people in South Asia, they send their kids overseas, they train them, but they come back home. We tend to allow ours to stay there. So I had to encourage mine to come back. And when in 2016, he said to me, "Dad, I've thought about what you are saying. I think I'm not going to renew my contract. I will be coming back home." I didn't show my excited inside. I said, and so in 2017, he came and he studied African technopreneurs. I'm very proud of him. He's very resilient, very typical entrepreneur that he can survive shocks. And he popularized the AR/VR in the country. And even if other people have come on board, he knows that he was the first one to go on the large scale. And then we thought of going into real estate because we were thinking of going into hospitality, and to do that, you needed to start from having facilities of your own. So we established African lakeside properties, and we started with an apartment, block of apartments in broad acres as a start. The LP now is involved in a number of projects, including Goodfed. But initially, we just had this one block. There's no sound. It's all right because it's just music. But this was the best property. We got this plan, and we developed it from scratch. And we put in all the facilities. So air conditioning was in place. We put that because we knew that the things that will be attracting people is usually power, water. But the guy said they would provide power, which I think they focus on water. Now they are going to put up centralized power, put up power for our own people. But this was the best block that we had. So one portion of we were using for space, the other portion we were using out because no more rentals. So ALP now, all the facilities here are managed by ALP, including on the other side as well, where we got the dormitories and the offices for ALP and business solutions. And some of the property that is on the other side is all managed by the ALP now. And then in 2019, Raw Flowers was in trouble. And the guys approached us to say, since you guys, you like helping people with this challenge, we head across the place or someone takes over and keeps the jobs. So we thought of taking on challenge. And so in 2020, we bought, and we started negotiation in 2019. 2020, we finalized. We bought the place. And so we moved. We didn't buy the company. We just bought the business out of the company and we put it into our own company, which is now AGH. It used to be AG Flowers then. So it's a 100-hectare farm and it has about 9 multi-span greenhouses of about 0.6 hectare each. And we want to expand. So I think during the expansion, that's where we can look at the funders now, because now we are more grounded and we know that if we borrow money, we know that we can pay it in time. But so we used to grow chrysanthemums. We were among the top 4 producers of chrysanthemums in the country at the time. But we bought the business. Just when we were buying the business, COVID came in. And because a bigger portion of was for export. When COVID started, we had to destroy most of the flowers, which was quite a lot of money. So even if there were some recoveries, so we had a pack house for flowers, but we continued to supply to Saudi Arabia and the Emirates because that time Emirates was still traveling, but the price went up about 4 times. And even after COVID was over, we found that because we're not growing enough flowers, we're mixing flowers with some food, the profitability was a challenge. So we had to pivot. And then we decided to get out of flowers and go 100% into food. And now we are into food. And we converted the pack house, the food pack house. And the Pick and Pay helped us to put in all the facilities to make sure that it complies with the food safety, and it was fully certified. And so we are grateful to Orlando for the support that you guys gave us. And we continue to supply, package and supply Pick and Pay. So if you go to the shop and you find the code 2382, you know that this has come from our partners. Then in 2021, because before EARN was both a company and as a group. And so in 2021, we decided to move everything that was in EARN as a company, and we formed another company, Business Support Solutions. And then the EARN just remained as a holding company. And so by 2022, we had the 4 subsidiaries, 2 in agriculture, 1 in technology, 1 in property, and we had about 150 people working for us. And that from our own resources. Despite the fact that we've got a number of our own operating companies, our overriding goal still stands: developing the African youth into successful entrepreneurs. And that's what AIM stands for. And that's why we exist. And in 2024, Nick approached us to see if we can help with Fruitfly. And we said yes. And we are there now. And we formed Fruitfly Agri. This is something that we are going from a hub. So the hub that we were thinking of in the early stages has taken a different form now. We'll be having hubs, agriculture hubs, instead of just entrepreneurial hubs. So sometimes things happen in a roundabout way. Then today, we got the Agri-Youth Without Borders that will be launching their organization. And we've got though we've used the Just Learn Foundation for a little while, but we are launching it officially today as well. And going into the future, what we wanted to put up there, we're still going to. It may be slightly different, but this is an artistic impression. These are our architects that have designed this for us. So we want to have more training facilities, conference facilities, and so on. And we want to have vocational training facilities here because you want to give young people more options. And part of the vocation training will be the agrivoltaics that Boris was talking about, which my namesake Joshua Tree is going to talk about later. So we want to do that both for undercover farming as well as open field. And we calculated that if we were to do agrivoltaics and put solar panels everywhere, including the buildings, we can generate up to about 2 megawatts here. So one of the things that has kept us going in EARN, first of all, it's a discipline, but the second thing is that we don't operate like most other organizations. There are people that come here where they operate as they do elsewhere, where you go from 9 to 5 and then you go home and you forget. Here, you have to have an entrepreneurial mind because here we think very differently. So we focus on moonshot thinking, and this is about setting ambitious goals that push the boundaries of what is currently believed to be possible. Here, we encourage our team members and our entrepreneurs to think big, aim for significant impact, and tackle complex challenges with innovative solutions. Even our entrepreneurs, when they come in, initially you find that they look hopeless. Within a few weeks, their mindset has changed, and they leave after 12 months with a totally different mindset. They now know that there are no limitations. I grew up without the limitations myself, and I'm trying to encourage all the young people to remove all limitations because limitations are self-imposed. People don't do what they know in life, but what they do is they operate within the context of the vision they have of themselves. So if you've got a narrow vision of yourself, you tend to do smaller things. But a larger vision of yourself, you tend to do bigger things. And I want our young people to do bigger things. So that's why we focus on moonshot thinking. It involves breaking away from conventional thinking and embracing risk-taking and pursuing transformative ideas that have the potential to bring about positive change. So we've spent 10 years now, and so far what I've shared with you is what we've achieved. And going into the future, the next 10 years, we want to work with the like minds, both in this country, on the continent, and elsewhere, to develop and train about 10 million entrepreneurs and innovators across South Africa and the continent, and the trained entrepreneurs to help generate a minimum of $1 trillion in annual revenue and lifting about 100 million people out of poverty. We can do it. So, in terms of going forward, we urge everyone to get involved. We are looking for capability partners, whether it's private or higher institutions of learning, so that we can develop further capabilities and programs in entrepreneurship and innovation that would be more appealing to young people. We are working with both the local partners and overseas. Like Forest, we are working with them on the agrivoltaics with Joshua Tree. And through them, we partnered with the Fraunhofer and with the, what is it, Cornelia. When I was sharing with her, she knew the contact. And we contacted them, and now we started a relationship with Front Offer. We had a meeting with them yesterday, and all that is to bring more capabilities that we can disseminate to our young people. And also in terms of the senior expert team, we got from the Netherlands that we signed an MOU with already, and also with the Germany senior expert and service. We brought their senior experts twice here last time, and all those providing capabilities, but also help with coaching and mentoring. And then we are looking for sponsors because, as I said, the people we target who got the passion come from impoverished families, and we need to help them reach their dream, and we can do that if there's sponsorship. And also for those that are going to be greater entrepreneurs, we want the landowners, whether it's government or private, because they don't need to own the land. All we need is to have long-term lease. You saw with Exaro, those guys were saying we don't have land. We spoke to Exaro. Exaro gave us 350 hectares. And of that, we've issued about 112 to those entrepreneurs now. They're on the ground. But the land doesn't belong to them. It belongs to Exaro, and we included in the agreement that it's renewable. So we can renew it several times, but now people have got somewhere to go. The guys that finished the last month, we put them initially on our farm. So they are leasing the infrastructure there, which makes it easy for them to move quicker. In the Northern Cape, we've got the CBA that is giving us some land, and the SAST is helping with that as well. And then the Kwandebele, where Mawile is, the king gave us some land there, but also the Oman Economic Growth Agency, we are signing an agreement with Sakere. They've got very good land that we identified where we can place these guys. So we don't need to own the land. We just need to lease it. And also we need funders, whether it's DFIs or commercial banks, to help us fund the trained entrepreneurs and innovators. But we need a special fund to develop. And this should be at the policy level. We need a fund that we can use to get the guys from ground up. Because the commercial banks, they want collateral. These guys got no collateral. They're just coming from school. So unless we put a concerted effort and have these facilities, and we'll have a policy in place, because these guys will be putting something into the fiscus. At the moment, we give grants where we are taking from the fiscus. We need to put more money where we can generate more money. And this is our chance to do that. So our youth, in this country and on the continent, our greatest asset. And if we nurture them well, they're going to help us make Africa great. I will leave you with the message from the speech of Guru Swami. He talks about nature, but this is the New Awards in San Francisco. And let's hear what he tells us.
A few years ago, I was walking with a friend in the Muir Woods, which is just close to San Francisco. It's a redwood forest. We came upon a park ranger, and he was explaining to some tourists the secret of the forest. He told that the sequoia and redwood trees are the largest trees on the planet. Some of them are hundreds or even thousands of years old. But interestingly, their roots do not grow deep. And then he told that these trees have been standing for centuries and centuries, enduring massive windstorms, frigid blizzards, devastating earthquakes, and without deep roots, how do they keep standing? Then the ranger paused so that we could ponder this mystery. And then he went on to reveal to us the underground secret of the redwood forest. And being from the 60s, I like underground things, so I was very attentive. He said that the roots under the ground, they reach outward, seeking the roots of other redwood trees. And when they meet, they intertwine, making a permanent bond with each other. In this way, all the redwood trees in the entire forest are either directly or indirectly giving support to each other. Unity is their strength. They reach out to care for each other. And even the little newborn baby redwoods, its little tiny roots, are given shelter by the ancient giants. In the Muir Woods, nature is giving humanity a very crucial lesson, that our real strength is in our willingness to care for and support each other. We are caretakers of divine property. Wisdom is to understand the simple universal principle that in giving we receive. By getting things, we make a living. By giving, we make a life. The spiritual evolution of a society can be understood when people love people and use things. But all too often, in today's world, it's just the opposite. People use people, and they love things.
Giving ways. So here is the next decade of transforming lives and shaping Africa's future.
So, I hope you guys were paying attention. You can see the vision is big. For you to be great, you need a big vision, something that scares you. I read a book and someone said, if it doesn't scare you, go back to bed and dream again. So we're getting there. Don't be impatient. We're gonna get there. I know the smell of it can make it a bit tough, but yeah, we almost nearing the games. So for now, I am going to introduce Joshua Tree from Butterfly Power, who is a partner of N, working with them. So everything that you've seen, the buildings, the solar panels, he said 2 megawatts. Yes, the power that will be produced by the solar panels. So I'm introducing Joshua Tree from Butterfly Power, who is working with N in developing those. Oh, he's from the USA, so he flew all the way this side.
Happy 10th anniversary, EARN. Wow, what an incredible celebration, and bear witness to the decade and what's been created. My name is Joshua Tree with Butterfly Power, and my work is in hybrid microgrids, so solar, thermal systems, and residential, commercial, industrial, agricultural farms and ranches, and specifically integrating mobile aspects and also electric vehicle charging networks. So I've had the opportunity and the blessing to work with so many amazing projects all over North and South America. But for me, it's been so inspiring to connect with EARN and the work that they've been doing in South Africa, because as someone who's really at the forefront of integrating leading technologies, it's inspiring to see a group that's so holistically built in commercial, agricultural, training, vocational, research across many of their different projects. And today I want to talk to you a little bit about what the future looks like, because myself, working with Joshua, Kobang, the EARN team, and Planetary Care have really said, well, what are the next steps in the evolution of EARN? And the project we worked on is integrating a multi-agrovoltaic, hybrid generation, and storage EV microgrid at the EARN facility. So today I want to take you through, give you some of the highlights of the project, some of the technology providers, and some of the other projects that are similar to it happening around the world. So we're going to power through this, pun intended, and let's get started. So looking at the facility, it's happening in South Africa, which is very diverse and has a wide variety of climates, really unique in the whole continent of Africa. And the EARN facility sits in an incredible location within this ecosystem. And when we look at the existing EARN facility, it's an 8-hectare farm with greenhouses, both tunnel, shade canopy, existing aquaponics with a solar storage microgrid, training and vocational institute, and already doing really groundbreaking research. Now, there's two major fields that we're going to be integrating into this plan. One is called agrovoltaics, the combination of agriculture and solar. And this combination creates really amazing synergies at the nexus of food, energy, water, and soil, or as I call it, the fuse. And when you see that agrovoltaics is very broad application from rural to urban, that includes crops, grazing, bifacial solar fencing, orchards, berries, vineyards, greenhouses, urban farms, and rooftops, but scales all the way down into small farms, homesteads, gardens, microgrid systems. And also integrated solar. This is integrating solar into structures themselves, and it has two major fields. BIPV, which is building integrated photovoltaics, where we're using the solar material themselves in roofs or awnings and fences. And then BAPV, building applied photovoltaics, putting the solar systems on the outside of the structures. In the EARN facility, we can see all of these two major aspects of the fields being integrated in this credible facility. So solar covered parking, roofs, awnings, long and short-term energy storage, and the whole spectrum of agrovoltaics, range voltaics, photovoltaics, and photovoltaics, putting solar on water, along with precision irrigation and solar panel cleaning system. So here's the future site plan for the facility, and you can see on the left over here, future training and office, the vocational training center, the expansion of the aquaponics into a 2,500 square meter bifacial solar greenhouse, orchard voltaics, photovoltaics, and an agrovoltaic research project. So let's dive in and look at each of these different aspects. Specifically at the overall generation profile, which is total 1.65 megawatts of power, but because it's a combination of single, dual, east, west, and north facing solar system, it produces 10.4 megawatt hours a day. It's also planned to have utility scale energy storage to be able to export power to Eskom, the grid in South Africa, and participate in the Independent Power Producer Program and the Battery Energy Storage Power Producer Program. Now, just to really highlight the generation curve that you can see, which is this is the dual axis beginning in the morning, going through to the afternoon, single axis, the east-west facing arrays, and the fixed north. which creates a very deep generation profile that produces in the morning, midday, and clear into the afternoon. So it's not just how much power it can produce, but as valuable as when we're producing power for the facility and to meet the demands of the local grid. So looking at the agrivoltaic research project, this is happening in a 1 hectare location at the facility. And inside of this, really bringing forward multiple different technology types of dual access mixed crops, single access mixed crops, fixed canopy, berry voltaics, orchard voltaics, precision irrigation, solar panel cleaning systems, and a beautiful bifacial solar system containing it. And specifically to do side-by-side crop comparison with agrivoltaics and open air crops to provide invaluable data, and also to try multiple different technology types that can then scale what works optimally in this region to larger projects within the EARN facility projects and to the local region. And here we can see some of the incredible technology providers, researchers that can participate both locally and globally. Greenhouses into powerhouses, hybrid solar greenhouses. This is an expansion of the aquaponics into the 2,500 meters squared, but also integrating thermal generation into radiant heat with thermal energy storage and a bifacial solar roof. And then as we looked at multiple different bifacial solar greenhouse systems, and the darker the solar panels, the more power they produce, but also tuning this to the photosynthesis profile of the aquaponics facility. And here's an example for Havicon in a bifacial solar greenhouse in the Netherlands. And then PVT thermal. PVT thermal panels produce both electrical and heat energy. So these panels produce 350 watts of electrical power and almost 1,200 kilowatt therms or thermies of thermal energy. And what this allows you to do is put all that thermal energy into thermal energy storage or tests, and to use that for radiant heat and water. And here we can see an example of an integrated solar heating system from Bosman Van Ziel in a Guatemala project. And then here's some of the technology and service providers that can participate specifically in the thermal generation and the thermal energy storage system. Orchard voltaics, bifacial solar canopies with precision irrigation and solar panel cleaning systems. This is happening on approximately 800 square meters in the back of the facility. And here we can see the generation profile is 370 kilowatts, but of single access tracking. And also the shade canopy system can open and close, which can extend the growing season, protect from heat, cool, hail, and also anytime that it's closed, that canopy reflects up into the bifacial solar panels, producing an extra 5 to maybe 15% of extra generation. So this is really groundbreaking integration in agrivoltaics with solar canopy systems. And here we can see a really incredible project called the Parambi Farm in India, where it's a very similar project that has been deploying this and get really remarkable results. And in addition, their multi-precision irrigation system. The solar canopy allows you to suspend irrigation from the top, also have drip irrigation, then water will flow off of the solar system that can go into ground distribution. And agriculture is very water intensive. So these systems allow us not only to create shade and reduce water, but also to deliver precision water to the crops when they need it and radically reduce the amount of water in agricultural operations. Here's some of the technology and service providers and projects from around the world for the bifacial solar canopy and orchard voltaics. And then photovoltaics, the synergy of power and water. It's happening on the pond in the back, approximately 1,225 square meters on a 1,600 square meter pond. And this will produce about 129 kilowatts. And one of the many amazing benefits of photovoltaics is the solar panels will produce more power because they're cooler on the water. And then the photovoltaic system can really reduce the amount of evaporation that comes from water. Here's some of the technology providers and service partners for the photovoltaic project. And here we can see the first commercial photovoltaic project that happened on the Western Cape of South Africa. It's 60 kilowatts of floating solar that is paired with a 534 kilowatt ground mount solar system. integrated photovoltaics inside of the expansion plans of the facility, and specifically the new office and training hub. Here we're looking into doing a bifacial solar roof, solar covered parking, and a bifacial solar awning, along with integrating PVT hybrid thermal generation to support all the heating loads within the office and training hub. Here we can see the generation profile, which is 512 kilowatts, and electric vehicle charging to be able to support students, workers, and transportation vehicles for the commercial agriculture operation to have sufficient charging, and a great resource for the facility microgrid to be able to support. And this is all happening with a fast expanding electric vehicle charging network in South Africa, and Ernan is an incredible location to be part of this expanding network. So just looking at all of these leading edge technologies, being able to have a radical impact on the local market potential by proving how these technologies can work, but also providing the technical support through training, the ability to support development and installation of these projects, how this can impact the regional market within South Africa, and then all of these technologies at the EARN facility can create a global impact, not only through its integration of these multiple systems, but also really showcasing how Africa is a leader. And want to really highlight Joshua Ngoma's book, It's Time for Africa. And I could not agree more. It's time for Africa, and just really excited to be a part of this team, to send this message to you here today. And the future is bright for EARN, and can't wait to see what you accomplish in the next decade.
Hi everyone. Don't get bored. We are almost done and we are going to have the game and then lunch. I know you have heard a lot of talking, but wrapping up 10 years is not easy. So this time around, it's not a joke. The person who is about to speak is here. So I'm going to call Mrs. Carla. She's going to talk about the Green Cluster Agency. Please come forward.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on 10 years. The Mpumalanga Agency only started 2 years ago, so we can learn a lot from you. This is so amazingly exciting. I also come from the mining industry. I was a geologist many, many years ago, and I had history in Tanzania on a mountain, realizing what the mining industry is actually doing to the environment and to the people. And I actually came back in the early 90s and changed my career, and I'm also a closet farmer. So this project really makes me so exciting. But the reason why I've been asked to speak is to introduce you to the Mpumalanga Green Cluster. I joined in August, so I'm also relatively new there. But I got very involved in mine closure in the Highveld with all the coal mining companies, and specifically on one project that Exara actually is very involved in. It's called Mafubi, where they've actually reused mine-affected water very successfully in agriculture. So since 2016, I've actually been working in that area, in the Highveld area, and also got involved very much in the closure of the Eskom power station. So the reason why the cluster was formed, as you've mentioned, permitting is a problem. So it was actually a mandate that was mentioned in the Mpumalanga Just Transition document, that an agency should be formed to actually facilitate the whole process of just transition. I'm not saying just energy transition, because I think South Africa needs a just transition overall. It can be linked to energy, but we need a just transition specifically in the agricultural field. So the cluster focuses on water, agriculture, circular economy, and energy, and then overall the skills development. So it's a facilitation platform We actually have just been, about a month ago, we've just been appointed the Secretariat for the Just Transition and Climate Change Steering Committee of the province that is headed by the Premier, and then the chairperson is the DG, and it's actually a representation of all the HOD of actually getting the spade in the ground. I really liked your picture of the moonshot. I was actually born on the day they landed on the moon, so it's got very special. So now also you know how old I am. Me too. Oh, there you go. So it's got a significance to me. Also, it was the first time that they saw the Earth and how limited we are. It doesn't go on forever. So we've got a picture of how precious our planet is. So I love the moonshot principle, that we have to think big. And I just want to say congratulations in what you've achieved. And I think the cluster would be really honored to partner with you in your with your projects in Mpumalanga. I actually had meetings yesterday with DFI that I think would be very, very interested because there's a lot happening in Mpumalanga, and my job is to bring some sort of order into the chaos and actually just connecting people to making sure that the projects, so a lot of money has also been spent. And unfortunately, we haven't moved the needle. So I'm really excited to see what you've achieved and all your amazing dreams. And we would be really honored to partner with you. And hopefully we can celebrate our 10 years as well. So thank you so much for the opportunity and well done. Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just 2 minutes. I have to introduce Neil, because he is the key to everything else that has happened. And I think he was the one when I was toying there with the ANC in Randburg. He called Joshua to say, go and deal with those guys there. So, but Neil, please just.
Neil was the president, I was the deputy president.
Yeah, because you were supposed to be in that meeting and we were ready to close down the shutdown. But it was a turning moment in 2015. So I think it's important. Yeah, thank you.
I know everybody expects me to start off in the traditional way, but I have to go and speak to this gentleman because he doesn't know what's about to happen. I'm going to shake your hand because your mother's going to need your support a lot. So it's quite amazing for me sitting there watching some of the pictures. I'm pre-10 years, even though I don't look it. I can remember 11, 12 years ago in 4 ways talking to Joshua, and he's starting to unpack this vision, which was so refreshing because lots of things that are happening in South Africa are either done by business and we're not seeing it being done, or we look to government and municipalities and outside countries to enable us to develop our economies. So, Lisa, you are going to be an important part of this. And there's 2 numbers we need to start thinking about. One is 3, and the other number is 27,000, and I'll be taking you through that shortly. I'm delighted that that camera's on, and I'm assuming it's connected to something that's recording. Okay, so your father's words have been recorded. Okay, and the reason why I'm going there, and the reason why I say you're going to have to start supporting your mom, is that your father's probably going to start waking up with cold sweats at night. Because I'm the one that's going to be phoning your father and reminding him what he said today. And what he said today, just to bring it into perspective, is that 27,000 entrepreneurs need to be created a day. And that means every 3 seconds, an entrepreneur needs to be created. It is so easy to say we're going to go and create 10 million entrepreneurs. And I'm delighted to see all these earned shirts because you're going to be part of that. And if you cannot see yourself being part of creating 27,000 jobs a day, then please leave. Because if you can't be part of that picture, you're going to slow down earn. But if you feel you can be part of that picture, then you need to be here and you need to be opening up your networks to earn. Now, the good thing, Joshua, that you don't know, is that I've been up to all sorts of stuff. and 2 of the top 5 retail companies in America, your name's been mentioned in them. Because the only way I'm going to hold Joshua accountable to 27,000 jobs is to make sure that he's producing and the entrepreneurs around are producing. The wonderful thing is that with all the things going on in the world, the Americans and the Chinese and the Europeans are looking towards the southern point of South Africa. And what I'm going to say sounds maybe terrible, but we in South Africa, when we go north of our border, we're saying we're going to Africa. But we actually are Africans. And I've had the opportunity to work all over the world. And I've had the opportunity to work and go and live permanently in 3 different continents. But I can't, because I am a South African and I'm an African. I'm a white-haired African, but I'm still an African. The thing is, it's very easy to stand and talk. But I can tell you, and anybody think, Joshua, that works with you, will say that you are earnest. That you've put your hand up to create 10 million jobs. 10 million jobs. 27,000 jobs, entrepreneurs a day. Now, to show you how hard that job is, in South Africa, we have around about 2.3 million small, medium-sized enterprises that in total employ around about 8 million people. And the stats are so scary that around about 80 to 85% of those companies don't make 3 years. So this is an immense task that Joshua has brought forward. And like I said, if you're still sitting in here, I see 3 people have decided that the job sounds too scared and they're running away. But I actually want pictures, Joshua, and I want to know who everybody in this room is, because I think I want to start emailing you to remind you of what your responsibility is. Africa is going to have, I think by 2050, 2 billion people. Now imagine we are able to create 10 million entrepreneurs throughout Africa. What wealth will be staying in Africa? At the moment, we create low value items and we export it out. Those times have to change, but our language needs to change. And one of the things is that, and there's a bunch of you that are here on training. So if you're wearing your own shirt, you need to change your language. One of the reasons why we are where we are is because you haven't changed your language and you're keeping us where we are. You, and you over there, you're part of our problems because you have not learned to change your language. Unless Joshua can put his hand on his heart and say, who's changed their language? You still wake up in the world where many of your friends and family are on grants. You still wake up in the morning where you think to yourself, I want to get a job. If that's the way you think we're going to save Africa, we're not going to do that. It's your responsibility to say, when I hear a family member on a grant, I'm going to say to them, how are you getting off a grant? If I wake up in the morning and I hear somebody saying, I'm looking for a job, I don't enjoy my job, you say to them, either start delivering inside your job or create a company so you don't have to complain. But anybody that owns a company knows the CEO always gets paid last. But I'm not infringing towards you because I think you are part of the problem. I honestly think you're part of the problem. Until you can prove to me that you have spoken to your family and your friends and you're starting to say that grants are not the way to build our economy and that you're not going to be willing to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, you're part of the problem. Now, everybody expects us always to talk nicely to everybody, but I don't have time to speak nicely to you. We've got 60 million people living in our country, and in 10 years' time, 50% of our country is going to be under the age of 35, and there's not going to be people employed. So if you want me to be happy and speak to you, I'll support you. But if you don't think I'm not going to hold you accountable, you're wrong. Because I'm on a mission to work with people like Joshua and people in this room to make a change. You all sit here, I'm watching your face, but I say 3% and 27,000. You can't fathom what that means. How many people are in this room? That means within 2.5 minutes, every single one of you should be running your own companies. Do you understand what Joshua is saying to you when he says 10 million people? Lisa, do you understand what I'm saying to you now that your mother's going to find your dad waking up into the cold sweat? Because he's put it onto recording, and I'm going to be holding Joshua responsible. I'm not going to be your friend, Joshua. I'm going to be your nightmare. But I do know the reason why I feel comfortable saying this is that I know Joshua's heart and ethos is in the right place. He is a remarkable person. And what I've learned in life, and I think many people have also seen, is that when you look at a person's children, it tells you a lot. But I think what a lot of people tend to forget, that there's another person in this room that plays such an important role. And unfortunately, Susan's out there doing what Susan always does, and that makes sure that we are having a very good event, and she's going to make sure that we've got good food. They are a remarkable couple. And Susan's one of the few people that every time I see her, I just smile. She has that ability to bring an energy into a space that makes you believe that you can do more. Joshua, you're very fortunate to have a wife like you have with Susan. Who of you have heard about Rizzy Demakwaya? Do you know what he says if you want to be part of his network? If you haven't made $1 million, you don't know what business is about, and I actually can't talk to you. Because once you've been in business that's made $1 million, you're in a different space. Does anybody have an idea what it costs to put this facility together? It costs a lot, but we're going to have to replicate the system over and over and over again. He also knows about you, by the way, Joshua, the same. Because I am looking for centers of excellence. I'm the vice president of the South African Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and I know I'm old. I'm very much aware because every time I look in the window, or sometimes windows, I'm also the chairman of the Youth Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And we are looking for organizations like EARN to hold accountable in building these opportunities. And I'm absolutely delighted that I can feel. You spoke about trust. And I know, Joshua, when I'm with you, I can always trust you. And that's a huge thing to be able to do. So thank you very much for that. Really, I don't know about you, but when you're in the right pool and you're around the right people, don't you find you can do a lot more? And that's one of the characteristics that you bring, Joshua. It's quite remarkable. I was watching you go through the history. I can remember the very first office over there. And when I saw the people's faces there, I was like, oh, it feels like such a long time. It actually is. But it was such a different organization, and you then went on to go and say something that God only gives you the vision if the things are there in place. I know his vision. You think 10 million is scary. But I will leave you with 10 million that you at least don't terrify everybody. But Joshua really does, in his heart, have a vision of 10 million entrepreneurs. In your organization, when a farmer starts, typically how many people will they employ? 1, 2, 5, 10? Let's go with 4. Let us at least give a little bit of, so that we're talking about 50 million. 10 million entrepreneurs and 14 million employed people. That's nearly our whole country. So if you want to know how big this job is, go and look at the aerial photograph of Soweto. And that's only a fifth of what EARN wants to do. But fortunately, and I know right from the start, one of Joshua's requirements was in setting up EARN that it was not a South Africa thing. It was an Africa thing. And I think there's some people that are not from South Africa. Are you from Holland? Who's from Holland? Yeah, so we've got some Holland people, Dutch people. Not Dutch. It's also quite interesting. Only 2 provinces make up Holland, but the Dutch make up the whole country. So there are people already here that are taking what EARN's wanting to do. But everybody's sitting here. If you want to hold Joshua accountable, step into that space. The more people that hold him accountable, he then's got no choice. He has to do this. And it is. Every 3 seconds, one entrepreneur every 27,000 every day. Please have a look around the room. Just have a look around the room. I hope there's going to be pictures of people here. So in 10 years' time, Joshua, the people in this room are on that screen, and underneath there's a number that says 10 billion. I wish the EARN team everything of the very best. I wish everybody that's here today that you're going to contribute and hold the EARN team accountable. But today is a special day. And sometimes you have to put a stake in the ground. And I did make sure, and I'm going to check later with Delisa that this has been recorded. And I'm actually going to be asking him to give me sound bites because I want to put it onto the Youth Chambers portal so that we can make sure that lots of people are hearing what you said, Joshua. Can we all just stand and congratulate Joshua and Susan?
Now I know where you are now. So I'm going to go back to Netherlands. I'm going to go to my branch. I'm going to go back to Randburg and say, I know where he is. He ran away in 2015. He called Joshua. Let's go there. Let's sort him out.
I'm so sorry you had to sit back because I will ask you to stand again. Sorry. Sorry. I just have to lighten the mood because now it's the time for the youth. It's the time for the youth. We have gifts for you. We have games for you. We don't talk for so long. I will promise you that. And then, like Neil said, we need a picture of today. We are going to have the people who have helped us so long. They traveled. I feel so bad for them because if I were them, I would be resting by now, but they are here. I will give them some time to talk, and then we are going to get our pictures. The winners will get gifts, but I have a surprise for everyone, and then we are going to go for lunch. Is that fine? Yeah. So please be attentive. I want you to get closer to the person who's next to you. We are going to play a small game, a very small and a quick one. But you have to listen, and you have to collaborate. So I need somebody who's going to help me demonstrate. Please. No, she does not. So I want you to put your open palm on your left hand side and your index on your right. Mr. Baba, you can't have your hands in your pockets in this. You need both. So open palm and index. Thank you. So your index must touch the open palm of your neighbor. Yes. So if you are on one side and you have to join to the other, please do so. You never know. Maybe that's your next partner in business. Thank you. Thank you. I see some isolated people that side. Carla, Mitesh, Mr. Watanabe, please come closer. Thank you. Thank you. Look at the person next to you. You never know. Maybe they are your next partner or your next employee or your next. You never know. You never know. Okay, I see it's well done. So the trick is when Robilet claps, you have to switch. The index that is touching the open palm becomes the open palm. And then you just do what you're doing right now. So if you see an open palm, it's an index that's supposed to be touching. I don't want to see anybody high-fiving. You are not supposed to be high-fiving. You only high-five when you have won something. You shouldn't be proud right now. So, nice! Collaboration. Collaboration. So I hope there is a bit of. I know this is tricky. Okay, try this. Try this instead of this. Try this. So you guys are very fast at following easier instructions than playing. Oh, right. Okay, should I say clap or should she clap?
Yo, Patricia, say 3, 2, 1, clap. Just so that people have some time to
3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, clap. You're not supposed to clap. It's only for claps. You are not supposed to clap. No. Open palm is touched by index shoulders. So when I say clap, we do this. Clap, we do that. Not clap, you stay like that. Don't clap. I like the spirit, but don't clap. 3, 2, 1, clap. 3, 2, 1, clap. 3, 2, 1, clap. I want you to clap for yourselves. Clap for yourselves. I felt the desire of wanting to clap and high five each other. I like it. So I'm going to ask you to stay here. I'm going to ask you to stay here. And like Neil said, you said so many things, but I think the most important one was that we want to come back here and see a number there and be sure that every person who attended this celebration has been impacted somehow. And it starts with the youth because I can see all of us are young here. And I will show you those who took upon themselves the initiative to actually start something that is by the youth and for the youth. Because many a time we see it, you start a project, you take our lives, and then because the passion was not there or because the motivation was no longer there, it just falls apart. But today we are pledging to hold ourselves accountable and to start this and make sure that many other young people in many other countries after us and together with us are going to have the same impact. So today I have Miss here who has been talking to you. I'm going to call Mia. She's the Vice President of Agri-Youth Without Borders. I'm going to call Sonique, who is currently our treasurer. I'm going to call Zayn. And we have 2 other team members who are not here. Lindo, wherever you are, we're all with you. He's going through something with his parents and he has to take care of them. And we appreciate that he's still the kind of young person that wants to take care of their parents. And we have one very dedicated agripreneur who is busy on her farm. She couldn't let the plants not be harvested because her staff is not on site on Saturdays. But her partner is here representing. Just please wave for Zantile. Yes. I am Patricia Mugoli. I'm the current president of Agri-Youth Without Borders, but I'm not going to bore you or I'm not going to talk. Guys, I would like you to introduce yourselves, and Mia and Nobile prepared just a small word to get yourself acquainted to who we are and what we want to achieve. After they have spoken, I will call Catherine and Yannicka, who have been with us all along through the preparation for the document, the funding document, and all of that. They have been with us, pushing us, guys, we have to meet every Wednesday. We have to do this because it's beyond your business, what you're busy with right now. It's beyond how tired you feel. Let's meet, let's set to-do list. Our husband's to-do list, oh my God. And then after that, I'm also going to call Sonique, who also from the Netherlands Embassy, the Agricultural Council of the Netherlands Embassy, who they have been with us and have helped us, have enlightened us as much as it has through every process where we have been, where we want to stumble, and it would have been a bigger mistake, but because they were with us, we made it. So I will come back and remind everybody who has to come here, don't worry. I will give you this. I know your phone is dead, I'll give you mine.
Okay, hi again. My name is Mobile Makakwa. I am the Deputy Treasurer for Agri-Youth Without Borders. Oh, I'm from World Bank, Mpumalanga. Emalahleni for both of you.
Everyone, okay, so my name is Mia Thibaut. I'm from the Northwest University. I'm a final year industrial engineering student, and I came to earn through my final year project. So it's great to have been with you guys, and you've learned me so much. Vice President.
Hello everyone, my name is Sonique Nagel and I'm also from the Northwest University in Potchefstroom. I also connected with Earn through my final year project that I'm doing for them, and I'm the treasurer for the Agri Youth discounts.
I'm from Abington in the Northern Cape, also a student at Northwest University Industrial Engineering, and here is to us growing and growing together. Thank you.
Okay, let me let you in on a small secret. I only realized we were mostly women when I was sending the pictures of the interim board members for the website. And I was like, who are the guys? So this is one very unusual pair up. They are future industrial engineers. I am a soil scientist, basically a farmer. She's an artist. It does not matter the discipline you come from or what your current business is. If something you are doing can play a huge part in enhancing an entrepreneur, a business, an agricultural business, if it can help enhance the operations day to day, then you can be part of us. And that's why you can see engineers that are treasurers. You can see engineers that are secretaries, but I'm going to give to you. Mia is going to tell us about the story, how we started. It's not going to be long because we are launching today. We are still 0 years old. And then Nobile is going to tell us about our vision, our mission, and invite you to follow us on our social media platforms and our websites.
Okay, hi everyone. I actually prepared a speech, but most of what I wanted to say has been said by Patricia and Mr. John. So the idea of the Agri Youth Without Borders Council started in 2023 in October, when the royal couple and some of the ministers from the Netherlands came for a visit, and Mr. Joshua Ngoma met with Mr. Piet Adema, the former Minister of Agriculture, Nature and Food Quality. They found a shared passion in youth development in agriculture, and they realized the gap in the market in South Africa and connection between international. So they had the shared vision of starting something in South Africa, but not for South Africa, for without borders, so for everybody. And they discussed what the NAJK does for the youth in the Netherlands, and that was kind of the idea starting with it. And in May of this year, we had our 3-day kickoff, yes. So a lot of you were here for that, and Mr. Ngoma has already spoken about that. But we identified people that were passionate about agriculture, and we felt part of that. So we started, and from there we worked together with together with the embassy and together with NAJK to form our founding documents, together who we are and what we want to do, and Kubile will tell you a bit more about that.
So you already know why we are Agri Youth Without Borders. That means we want to go international. We don't want to be the youth that is just in agriculture, or farmers which are just focused on what's happening in South Africa. So farmers everywhere. When we met with the Netherlands, we realized that the problems that we face are almost the same. They might differ a bit, but other than that, most of the problems that farmers face everywhere are the same. So who are we as the Agri Youth Without Borders? We are a youth council that is to empower youth across borders. We welcome everyone between the ages of 16 and 14. You might wonder, because most of the time you find that youth is up to 35. We realize that in farming, most farmers, so the average age in South Africa for farmers is 62 years old. that means you don't have young people who are actively in agriculture. But when you look at the population in Africa, you find that their age is around 19 to 20, which means that we have more young people and we have less young people in agriculture. So that is the reason why we started Agri Youth Without Borders, and we want to focus on all the other countries which we can reach. So since the conference, Mia has already mentioned that we have worked we've worked so hard. On other days we'd be planting, and Herman would something actually every day he sent us to-do lists like on the group that for today's meeting. So even if you wanted to not come, you know that you have to go because Herman is doing this for us, but he's going to be there. So if I'm not there and he's doing this for me, then who is going to do it for me? So our vision is empowering young farmers through advocacy, education, and entrepreneur to ensure their equal participation and sustainable impact in the agricultural sector. So we focus on pressing issues which include climate change, land access, funding, and market, among other things. So climate change is like we had snow. South Africa never really had snow. And we had snow last weekend, like KZN was covered in ice, which is something we see in Christmas movies, which are from overseas. And now we experience snow. So climate change then becomes the most important factor that we have to discuss as youth in agriculture, as we have to continuously adapt to the changes. So what we plan to do is that we plan to focus on 3 pillars for all our projects. So it's education, entrepreneurship, advocacy. So we plan to work with professionals to make sure that our members are educated on different issues. We plan to also be a link between policymakers and our members so that they can be informed on the different policies that govern different sectors, which could be marketing, funding, land access, because the better people are equipped with policies that are there, the better they can use the resources they have to make sure that they are compliant within those policies. So going forward, our projects are mostly going to be personalized. So our members will be able to then share what they think they need help with. Then we get to work around the pillars that we have and the problems that they have to make sure that we solve problems. We don't want to be an organization that just exists to just make noise, but we want to have impact. And if you want to have impact, every farmer faces something differently. They're at a different stage of that problem. And the best thing that you can do is meet them where they are and move with them. So you guys are going to be receiving a tiny gift. So that tiny gift will have a QR code that will take you to our website for Agri Youth Without Borders. You can follow us on our Facebook pages. We are at AYW-Agri Youth Without Borders. On Instagram, we are at Agri Youth _Without Borders. So Agri Youth is going to be one word, _Without Borders. Then the website, you will receive your tiny surprise, which will then lead you to that. So please do stay glued to our social media platforms, because any event, any innovation that we will be having will be posted there. Because remember, we are Agri Youth. So we have to then be innovative and make sure we use technology. Might look like sometimes it's not favoring us, but most times it does favor us. We wouldn't be meeting with Netherlands and South Africa if it wasn't for technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies. While they were talking, I remembered that some of our friends, I will call them friends because through this whole network, when I came here, I actually come from Congo. I never knew I would be working with an industrial engineering student from another province in another country. That's how I met Mia. And some of our friends from TUT could not make it today because they are busy with exams. Some people from the Northwest University as well, from Heft Sibande, they couldn't make it, and from also the University of Johannesburg. Because during our 3-day kickoff conference, or let me just say knowledge sharing session, we had students from those 4 institutions who were actively playing in the idea that actually made what Agri-Youth Without Borders is today. And now is the time that I'm calling the team that has been with us, that shared with us their experiences so far, the NAJK, who are coming from the Youth Organization of Farmers in the Netherlands. This happened, and
well, I will keep it short because we already talked a lot today. But the last months, it felt like a real journey and a very special personally to me. When Pete came to me with his, well, remarks and his ideas of the agri-youth in South Africa, I was not sure what came to me and, well, what the plan was. And during the preparations of the session in May, well, it was a journey, and I first was not aware of, okay, what should we do and what can we do over there. But then when Anita and I arrived here the first time, we immediately felt welcomed by everyone here. There was such an energy and, well, a power from the people in the room and actually at this place, that when we traveled back to the country, Anita and I said, well, this was amazing. And we've learned so much from the people here and discussing everything from our perspective, from the perspective of the youth in South Africa. So the last months were very, very special for me, and I think as well for you, Yannick. And today is just a starting point. So we've worked hard, really hard, on a document which is a guideline for the Agri-Youth Without Borders. And in this document, there is information on how things can go further, and as well, a starting point, a blueprint for this organization. But now the real work has to be done. First of all, we've made a start bringing the network together and bringing the energy together. But from this point on, and I was really inspired by the speech given by, I forgot your name, sorry. Neil. Words are nice, but now we have to put it into practice. So from this point on, the Neil board has the responsibility to enlarge this and to make sure that more people are involved into this beautiful project. And I am more than happy to help you with that. The whole NAJK is enthusiastic about it, and we really want to stay involved into this beautiful project. And I really want to thank you again for this opportunity to come here. Thank you also, Nick, for facilitating all the things which we could do. And thank you, Kuban. Thank you for the work and the opportunity you gave us, because you really, really inspired me and the whole organization. Thank you very much. And now we would like to officially give the blueprint towards the Neil board. So please come forward and for this official moment. The president is over there. And heading over this, it's up to you guys. Just feel free to call whatever you want, and then we are there as a team.
Your turn. We almost felt like celebrities for a second. Thank you so much, Tim. It's been a great journey, and we know it's only starting. So what is to come is bigger. We will still keep on sharing experience, advice, and whatever you can pitch in, you just do. So I'm going to call somebody else who has also helped us indirectly. He's always behind the curtains, but he plays a big role. And he's such a cheerleader. He's always there actually encouraging you and telling you how well you are doing, because sometimes all you need is just encouragement to actually realize what you are good at. And I'm going to call Mr. Nick Boston.
Thank you, Patricia, for your nice welcome words. I hope you're not hungry yet, because I made a lot of notes during the presentations. And I want to summarize them, but still a summary will be, no, 2 o'clock we will be done. No, sorry, I'm joking. I will point out some of them, but I will keep it short. The first thing I learned today is that there is another form of protocol, which is whoop, whoop. You didn't teach me Kopang in the Netherlands. Why? Is this a South African secret? Now, where should I start? Because so many things have been said today. Maybe 2 words. Proud. I'm really proud, and I will explain that later on. And thank you for being part of the Earn family, because it feels a bit like that, and it's a very special feeling. On this special day, because we combine 2 things, and I think they are crucial for South Africa. It's impact. We are celebrating impact, and that is what it is about, because we can talk a lot, but at the end, it's about impact and keeping each other accountable. Second thing is about use, because use is the future. That's not a secret, and members have mentioned it's a big challenge, but like Joshua started with his presentation, it's also congratulations to Earn. Marinda, he's somewhere else, and all the other, but congratulations to Earn. You did a great job over the last 10 years, and it's really amazing. Maybe 3 reasons why we as an embassy choose to work together with Earn quite intensively, especially over the last few years. You practice what you preach, and I think that's very important. You proved it, but on impact, and that it is what it is about. And what I really appreciate, and I think that's also a key factor for success, is you're willing to cooperate with whoever can contribute. And I think that is a secret of gaining success. So thanks for that. I'm also really happy that we have people from Grootvallei area in the room, Zakela and the Green Cluster, and maybe even more, and the Ministry of Agriculture, the new Department of Agriculture, I must say, I think, because Grootvallei is another opportunity. We are really looking forward to cooperate together with big opportunities, and they will realize part of the numbers have been mentioned by and let's talk about it on a regular basis, because I like to keep track on what we are doing, etc. Then back to the use. What kind of notes did I make during? Yeah, well, I was a bit silent, and maybe even a bit emotional, because you did a great job indeed. You are now sitting apart. Well, 3 of you, yeah. Congratulations. I think you did a great job. It's like it feels like it's last week that we were here with Minister Adema and that Joshua and Piet had a talk. And look where we are today. It's really amazing. Thanks to NHJK, we just discussed knowledge sharing, network sharing, etc. Great that you were open for this opportunity and that you were willing to share your knowledge and your experience and expertise. I know very, very, very well how important an organization as NHJK or the Youth Council Without Borders is. They play a very, very important role in Dutch policies as well. Hopefully, you will have the same opportunities and possibilities in South Africa. But I'm sure about that because the youth has the future and the youth is you. Congratulations, good luck, and I have only one message, because one of the issues agriculture has, especially future-proof and modern agriculture, youth is not really enthusiastic to step into agriculture. I think you can make South African agriculture sexy again. So that's a nice task for you, and let's discuss progress on a regular basis. But for now, congratulations and good luck. And of course, Ernst, thanks for creating the opportunity that youth organizations could come together here, because where to start, and I think you need a safe place to start. Thank you, and I think enjoy lunch, but that's up to you. You're the boss, huh? Yeah.
Thank you so much. So just to wrap things up for Agri Youth Without Borders, I would encourage you, once you get the surprise that I have for everyone, to visit our website, to share the link. If you do not feel directly involved, I know you have one person in your family, one person at work, one person at church, or anywhere else who is interested in it and who's going to go to other people who are interested. So the aim is not to necessarily be a part, but to play a part. You can share the link and it's going to help somebody. So once you get the website, I will expect our number to shoot. I want to see that database just fill up with young people who want to be a part of this. So since I know and I trust all of you are going to do that, I have a gift. On behalf of Agri Youth Without Borders, we are going to let you go with a part of us. What you're going to receive is a part of Agri Youth Without Borders, is a part of Earn, and a part of my work. I have to put it out there. So in those small egg cartons, we use soil from here from Earn. We use worm castings because we do vermicomposting. So we make compost out of some of the debris that we have at our dumping site. Like Saloma said, everything that we get out of this place, we have to reuse it, because that's how we only make sense out of what you're doing. And instead of just letting the dumping site being a dumping site, it's a collection for composting material. I use that to feed the worms, and the worms give us castings that you can feed to your plants. So our open fields has those castings. Some of our tunnels do, and now you are going to go home with a part of that. Then we have the seeds that Agri Youth Without Borders bought for you guys. How special. It's tomato plants. So we hope you're going to take care of those tomato plants and see them grow, and even to get one tomato out of them. So on our social media, we are going to be giving you tips and tricks, just so we know you're going to come back. But hopefully one of you is going to get at least one tomato to put in their salad and be like, I ate a part of Agri Youth Without Borders. Now that I know that it's not everyone who's going to win, at least I know everybody left here with a gift as a win. Mia is distributing the small plants. Please take care of them. Don't dump them. I know accidents happen in the car and the soil spills. You shouldn't let that happen. Take care of them like they are eggs. That's why we put them in egg trays. Yes. So, Ray, could you please just project the... That's okay.
Yes, very good.
So the game that is about to be projected was an idea from somebody who maybe thinks we forgot about him. William, could you please come forward? Yes, sir. Yeah, it's like a breath of fresh air that is just going to bring smiles and motivation in the room or new ideas. And once again, when we were planning, he was like, we should do something with everybody so that everyone can take part in the event and go home with something. He suggested Kahoot. We both didn't know Kahoot wants us to pay, but we found this alternative. I don't know if some of you saw me moving to him directly. He was like, we have alternatives, and we came up with it. So this is the game we are all going to play, but I would like to thank you. Technology again, but I would like to thank you, William, for everything you did all along, all the networks you brought to us, every room where you go and talk about us. Thank you for all you have done and what you are going to do.
It's this project has been really fantastic. I think sometimes in South Africa we can get very bogged down with the news and the realities that we face, and we have a lot of challenges. But when you're introduced to such inspiring people from Earn and these wonderful youth who are full of energy, who are really motivated to do something, to make a difference and to make impact, it's easy to work on a project like this. It makes you feel very inspired. So it's been a privilege, and I'm very excited to see what's to come of you guys in the coming years and what you'll achieve and the impact you'll make. So good luck.
Great. So all the screens are on. Who has a phone that is dead? Okay, I would suggest you sit next to somebody whose phone is not dead, and next time bring a power bank. So you can go to quizzes. So it's Q, U, I, double Z, I, Z. Quizzes. So you can write quizzes or you can write quizzes.com to find the website. Who has found the website? Yes. So you want to click on the button that instructs you to join the game. And once you do that, they will ask you to log in because we don't want cheaters. We want to know who gave the first answer. So you need to log in to actually do that. So please just log in with your Gmail account. Is anybody struggling? Sorry? Who is Dwalani? He has already joined. So could you please enlighten us on how you did it?
Obviously, just follow the link and the code that is there. That was not for
So he followed the link and then entered the PIN. Okay, I see Ivan, I see William, I see Heffman, I see Candice. You can put fancy names, eh? As long as you know who you are.
Let me cheat.
Yes, you. Oh, I can allow in the groups of 5, you can just scan the QR code and it's going to send you quickly there.
Oh yeah, the actual link is actually join my quiz for such
No, you wait. We are going there. So I can see we have 9 participants in the game already. Anyone struggling with technology? Yeah. Who is? I'm going to give you 2 more minutes to try and join. You know, survival of the fittest. 13 people inside the game. Yes, it's tough out there. I'm telling you, at some point, some of you are going to click on that link and it's not going to work. Because the fittest have made it. The game is starting early. 15 people. That's half. 16, 17. Now that you know survival of the fittest is going fast. 18. 19. Yes, 20. That's 10 more people to go. 10 more people. 9. Who is still struggling? I feel like helping. Ooh, 7. Okay, that's 30 people in. So if you're not amongst this 30 people, I would suggest you go stretch your legs, unless you want to see the competition, because right after this, it's just gonna be the pictures and then the lunch. So can I see the 30 people? Raise hands. Ooh. The people who get it. Okay, so let me just quickly explain. So the second I click start, I see this team here. Things are gonna come out of here. I'm sorry. So let me explain the game. Once I click start, we are going to have a set of questions. Those questions are about some things that I might have said, that Mr. Kobang might have said, that Mr. Joshua might have said, that Mr. Wazi might have said, that William might have said. So it's about everything we talked about today. I'm so sorry we had you go through all the speeches, but I will congratulate the person who will actually get all of them. So these questions are about EARN, the subsidiary companies of EARN, and Agri-Youth Without Borders. So get ready. The second I click start, some questions will require reflection, so I put some more time on them. Some questions way more than others because you know they have weights. You will see why. And some others are just simple ones, 1 mark, but you have a lot of time to think about it. So you have to be fast. You have to pay very, very close attention to detail. And may the winner win.
People speak to each other. It's not like everyone was.
Oh, one more thing. Don't talk to the neighbor. Unless you want to share your gift. Unless you want to share your gift.
Moving this together.
Okay, let's hold our breath, hoping that technology is not going to let me down. Stop.
Just trust the tech.
The first question, can everybody see the question? You should already be answering.
When was Earn created? Was it 2014? Was it 2007?
Who is seeing an option to answer? I have 3 more people.
Time's up. Next question.
One thing I know, I was kind here. I will only go to the next question so that you have time to breathe in and out. So here you can see the marks, right? We see Mia is leading on this first question. I actually don't even know why Mia is leading.
I'm here.
Okay. I know one rule when you are hosting, you prioritize your guests. So I see Daliso playing. I see Mia playing. Why, people? Why?
Yeah, don't let them discourage you. You've got a competitive spirit.
Okay, they can play because I made the questions. They don't know anything about it. Okay. This is the next question. Pay attention to your network because it can be a disadvantage, but you know, that's just nature. It's part of life. Next question.
Am I blocking your screen? I'm sorry. I was going to read it out loud. And the next question is, Earn has.
Here you fill in the blank space. Earn has ... subsidiaries.
Go, Patricia.
So, very quick. You see, I told you should be fast. I told you should be fast. I told you should be fast. So out of 30 people, only 7 made it. People. Next question. I will give you the answers. 3, 2, 1. Pay attention. Which Earn subsidiary deals with training? African Technopreneurs, African Greeneers, African Lakeside Properties, and Business Solutions. Which one? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 25 people out of 30. You see, you guys are keeping up. You are keeping up. So can I see Z? Who's Z? Yes, you are cheating. You are a member of Agri-Youth Without Borders. Okay. Next question. Pay attention. What does AT stand for? African Tradition, African Technopreneurs, African Technology, African Trainers.
Guys, if anyone gets this one wrong, because like, let me not sad. Like
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see the leaderboard. Okay, I would like to congratulate Sonique. She's coming up the board. Next question. Pay attention, guys. Pay attention. Marina's interview was on the 1st of ... 2015. This is for the big boys. This is for those who have been listening from the get-go. 6 answers in. 12 answers and 10 seconds to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. How are you guys doing? How are you feeling? Who feels like a winner? Who feels like a winner? Ooh, you see, there are some names we were not seeing, but because they won this question, we see them on the leaderboard. Congratulations, whoever you are. Next question. Which earned entity did the team that sank come from? AGH, AT, ALP, or EBS? They sang for us in the beginning. Remember them? Answers are flooding. Answers are flooding. And time's up. Let's see. This was the easiest. Let's see who's leading. I can hear people talking to each other. I don't know why. Okay, people are maintaining their place. Okay, okay. Next question. EARN stands for Enterprises African Regional Networking. True or false? I can't hold it for this one. Who said it's true? Oh my God. Oh my God. You see here, people were not paying attention, and now Sonic has overthrown many people. That's good. Next question. We are almost done. What is the name of EARN's chief enabler? TIP, his initials are JCN. Is it Joshua Chauke Ngema? Joseph Cedric Ngoma? Joshua Chimuke Ngoma? Joshua Chimakula Ngoma? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thumbs up. So you guys don't know Mr. Ngoma's name. So you don't know. Yo. Next question, if you are talking, yeah. Before EARN took AGH on its journey, they were producing 1, butterflies, shoes, flowers, cabbage. If people couldn't get the answer, let's see the leaders. Wow, Sonic is on fire. Next question. EARN was built on a terrain with nice and smooth soil. True or false? This question is a gift, guys. 30 seconds for that. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Next. How long is the Agripreneurs Accelerate phase? 9 months, 6 months, 3 months, or 12 months? Why am I seeing faces that are struggling? Smile, people. You might not be winning, but you should smile. Time's up. Next question. Only 5 questions left, so be sharp. How much time did entrepreneurs spend in class during activate phase? 10% of their time, 20% of their time, 30% of their time, or 40% of their time? I'm hearing wrong answers flying. Wow. Time's up. Only 4 questions to go. Which of the following does not align? Thank God I'm reading. Does not align with Agri-Youth Without Borders ideas? Innovation, economic growth, advocacy, or catering? So pay attention. If you're already hungry, you might see things. If you're hungry, you'll see catering. And if you're hungry, you're right. It was catering. 2 questions left. What is the age bracket to join AYWB? 16 to 30 or 18 to 35? I'm glad you guys know. Time's up. Second last question. Can you join AYWB if you are not a farmer? Yes or no? This should be fast. Time's up. Last question. AYWB believes in. I'm going to give you a tip. Mobile said it. She said, because we are youth. Because we are youth. Mobile said it. Because we are youth, technology, what? The answer is somewhere in that sentence. And I gave you 1 minute to answer. Who has answered already? I'm going to end this thing. Who has answered? Only 3 people. Only 3 people. Oh, you guys are busy. So more than half have answered. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and time's up. And yo. The leader's boy. Wait, people, wait. Where's Dalisa? I need a tech person here, please.
The reason why the is not here is we wouldn't believe.
I want to see the final results. So, I'm going to remove anybody who has a link to the board members of Agri-Youth Without Borders or any of any subsidiary. So I'm so sorry, my dear. Daliso, I'm so sorry. See, I'm so sorry.
I understand.
So we have our first winner, Yannicke. Everybody clap for Yannicke. We have our second winner, Flo. Who's Flo? Yeah. We have our third winner, Renee. Yes. Just, how do I read it? Josue Waffle. Then we have Renil. And I'm going to end with Goelani. Thank you for your participation. So the first winner is going to get a book. It's Time for Africa. The second one, actually, I'm going to let you. So the first one is a book. The second one is a book. The third one is a notebook. The fourth one is a free membership to Agri Youth Without Borders for a year. And the fourth one is a t-shirt. So the name of the book for the second winner is Legacy. I'm going to need a decision coming from you because I value you that much. Pictures before eating or after eating, because we are going to eat now. Good. So I'm going to let Mr. Joshua do the closing word. We are going to take the pictures, since everybody's still fresh, then we are going to go fill our tummies. Is that fun with everyone?
Okay. I think I just want to thank each and every one of you for having come to join us to celebrate today's our 10th anniversary. This day wouldn't have been possible without you. And on behalf of my wife, who is busy, and myself and my end team, we say thank you.
Okay, before we take the pictures, who did not get a chance to register when they came in? So before we go to the side where the food is, you are going to go close to Onele. Onele, please stand. Yes, you're going to register there so that you get your tickets for your food and your drink. Yes, those who have tickets, after the pictures, you can go. So let's just group ourselves. Ray is going to make it very fast, short and sweet, because people are hungry. We are going to take the pictures. Yes, we can take them inside or outside. Who wants to be sun-kissed or sunburned? Inside the tent or outside the tent? I'm following you guys. Inside or outside?
Are we standing outside? But you want to take it with a 360 or are we taking it with a...
Oh, so you're not going to take pictures of that. I'm just going to take some video.
Okay, all right, cool. That's fine. Get it over.
So we are going outside for the pictures, just behind the tent. Let's make our way behind the tent.
Yeah.
Let's make our way behind the tent, please. ATH, please outside for the pictures. Yes, this side. So when I say behind the tent, it's behind me outside. It's AGH, 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 AGH. Itumeleng pictures. Mr. Banda, Joe, let's go take pictures. That side. HDH, let's gain time, let's gain time. If you're not on the picture, don't say we forgot. Don't say we forgot about you if you are not on the picture. The picture is happening outside. Don't worry, the registration section will still be here by the time we are done with the pictures. Dr. Zoro, Mr. Zakele, the pictures. Itumeleng, the pictures. Dear winner, the pictures.
Yeah, slowly, I go slowly. Please let them come. Yeah, let them come.